Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. Today is my special day. This is the one where I do my weird stuff. And I believe the first one that I did was about Moloch. After I did Moloch, I had Tanhai Tran on here, and we discussed the Dead Pope Society, all of the dead popes that were murdered or had suspicious deaths during the whole thing. And now we're going on to the third topic, and this one I think is going to be the best one because me, Mark, and Mr. Robot got fired up about it. It's about warfare and the generations of warfare. First, I wanted to do something conspiratorial, and then they brought up the warfare thing and then the fifth warfare, and that's when Mark started talking about, well, this, and this, and it started kind of expanding into where we had to get kind of into like the generations and go through that. So we're going to go through the generations, and I believe that there's 5 generations, possibly maybe 6 generations of warfare. Mr. Robot believes that it goes farther. It goes up to the ninth. Isn't that the case, Mr.
To
Robot?
the 10th, actually.
Yeah, to the
So,
10th. So he's he's
um,
he's got a huge list of them. So this is
well, this is where we go from like the real world applications to, uh,
Fantastic.
more conspiratorial side of history to
Or as,
deep
I- as
dark,
I like,
deep
as I like
black
to call it,
projects,
fantasy land.
decompartmentalized projects. So, strap in, folks. You're in for a wild ride.
it's definitely going to get wild. And, I want to say right now, hopefully we can get through these first 3 generations without any argument or disagreement between Mr. Robot and Mark Edworthy. But I don't know. I've been around these two long enough. They'll pretty much argue over
I'm not the
freaking.
one that disagrees. Mark is our token skeptic. I'm the sucker that keeps falling for it and trying to provide him information, but
I am
you
the
can bring
person
you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You know what I
I
mean?
am the person that sticks to real world grounding. Mr.
Yeah.
Robot is
Famous
fantasy
last
land.
words.
Okay, so first we'll start at the first generation of warfare. This actually refers to the period of organized state conflicts, typically waged with line and column tactics, such as what was seen in the Neoplaton. The wars with I hate saying that word. The wars. It's hard to say.
Napoleon.
Napoleonic wars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now this generation emphasizes order, discipline, and like direct confrontation between standing armies. And they're usually like in a line force. You know what I mean? It's massive manpower with muskets and bayonets, hand-to-hand combat.
Or even further back, let's say the phoenixes of classical warfare.
Right, exactly. And
You mean like swords and stuff, or
yeah,
Swords,
like
pipes,
karate,
fights.
props?
No, I was thinking more European.
Oh, okay.
European
Bats and
it's basically a structured formations is what it's basically about, and like defined battlefields. You know what I mean? It focuses on the superiority of strategy and the discipline of troops. under
And
centralized command.
also the numbers of troops as well.
Right. And like I always bring it up in my conspiracy, or not really just conspiracy, but in a lot of the topics I do on the Wonderful World of Weirdness about like people use the word standards all the time, and they don't understand where that really comes from. Like a standard was usually something that a king would frickin' have a soldier in a certain area hold up in battle on the battlefield, and it'd be in different locations so that they could look down on the battle and see where their freaking troops were, you know. And that is basically, I know that it's evolved into a lot of different things, but that's basically where the whole idea of a standard came from, you know.
Also, it's generally used as a sort of moral boosting sort of thing.
Mhm.
If you got hundreds of troops, and it's it's a point of reference, and also it's something to keep up spirits.
Right.
So
Where they're in battle and they can see their standards and they know how many of their troops are, or a general amount of how many of their troops are still standing. Because if the standard falls, it's done for. So, with that being said, this is an example of what Mr. Edworthy came up with, and that's the Irish Rebellion. Now, in the Irish Rebellion of 1798, that fits into the framework of the first generation of warfare, okay? Now, this generation of warfare is characterized by mass manpower, line of column tactics, and the use of relatively simple battlefield strategy, which were dominated by muskets and bayonets.
actually, just to correct you, but when I was thinking about the Irish Republican
He froze up. Okay, so
the colonics and the sort of propaganda to try and force the Irish to be dissidents from the British Army, rather than specifically what you mentioned, by leaflets and newspapers and propaganda to say the Highlands fallen and that sort of rubbish.
Just smile and nod, Roger. Smile and nod.
now, now the first generation warfare typically features like centralized state armies engaging in open field battles using rigid formations and close range weaponry. The 1978 rebellion, led primarily by the Society of United Irishmen, was an uprising against the British rule in Ireland. It was marked by conventional engagements between irregular Irish rebel forces and the well-trained British military. Now, while the British did not, while the rebellion did include elements of guerrilla-style resistance, the primary confrontation occurred in line battles, ambushes, and town assaults that reflect the era's conventional military doctrine. Now, this goes back to like the American Revolution too. The English were notorious for destroying villages and killing everybody inside of it. So that was a form of intimidation, but propaganda too, I guess you could say, on the military field. You know what I mean? Because it devastated the morale, like Mark was talking about. So when they went into villages and everything, they usually sacked everything, burned it to the ground, and that was a psychological effect that was used in order to intimidate the enemy.
But this wasn't just a British tactic. This has been a tactic that's used in military conflict for centuries,
Mostly
hundreds of
English.
thousands of years. But
mostly the English. That's why they're so notorious.
That's not true. That's not true.
They're
The US or Vietnam's a good example of this.
well,
Uh, yeah.
Well, the use of volunteers, militia, and poorly equipped insurgents going up against a regular army also reflects some of the transitional elements between the first and second generation. But overall, the rebellion still fits most closely with the first generation characteristics. This includes the reliance on direct confrontation, structured units, and relatively unsophisticated communications and logistics compared to what would emerge in later centuries. Okay. So the propaganda had to be done by the destruction of battle. You know what I mean? Like when you left the battle, freaking everything needed to be decimated. So I do agree with you on that. It's like it doesn't matter if it was the English or anybody. That's just generally how they did things, you know. So
it's not just a British thing.
well, yeah, it is. I mean,
Not true. Not true.
well, dude, I got to badmouth the English somehow. Yeah.
And being a Brit myself, I've got to defend my nationhood.
The difference between you and me, though, is I watched The Patriot. I know what happened.
Just go easy on them, Mark. They're basically an extinct animal. They're about to go extinct in the next by 2050. They think the British population will be completely replaced.
That's a theory. That's a fairly recent theory. That's only been
Yeah, that's the latest
posted
predictions.
last couple of days, last
Because they're
week
just
or
not
so.
breeding anymore, you know.
I don't know. That's related to. There's a lot of political issue, and actually, there's no politics.
I'm only
behind-
half serious. Half serious.
Okay.
Now, the second generation of warfare emerged with the development of rifled weapons, machine guns, and artillery, shifting the emphasis from maneuver to firepower. This generation retained a structured battlefield but introduced more advanced forms of indirect fire, trenches, and mass artillery barrages. World War I exemplifies this type of warfare. Military thinking continued to focus on attrition, coordination, and obedience within hierarchical command structures, with success measured by holding or gaining ground. So this would be basically trench warfare.
Yeah, World War One being the obvious example, and in some parts, actually, the Boer War being a good example.
Oh yeah, that was a big slaughter. And the one
My ancestors were in that.
yeah, I know. You were talking about that before.
Yeah.
No, I
They
think,
also had concentration camps and stuff like that back then.
well, see, the thing that really goes into that too, though, when you bring up the Boers, is like I think that trench warfare really came before World War One. It was more like towards the time when the Boers were fighting against the natives there in Africa. You know what I mean? Because they had battles where they were completely overwhelmed and they had to fortify the areas they had.
Funny enough, I was just rewatching after probably fifth, sixth time now, the 1972 Zulu.
Yeah. We were,
That being a good example of not so much trench warfare, but warfare in the sort of column sort of aspect. But we're talking about that time after the Napoleonic Wars. From really the Boer War, even though the Dutch were more well known for guerrilla tactics. But
You should really appreciate like the difference it is in the style of warfare from the native people with like spears and boomerangs and like primitive weapons to like gunpowder and guns. That made
again,
a huge change in the whole thing of warfare. Because
again,
like back in the melee days, they had to have huge armies like marching up against each other and just totally brutalizing each other face to face, And
again, the Zulu film that I've just mentioned is a good example of this. You've hundreds of thousands of Zulus, or the Zulu nation, which was a number of different tribes, all facing this single unit of relatively small unit of British soldiers. And even though technically the Zulus could have overrun the British, and they in effect did, they retreated at the last minute as a sign of honour, as a sign of respect. But yeah, the Brits in what's the river called? Remember the river, but yeah, could have been easily wiped out.
called the Orange River because the blood ran
No,
into the river.
Rock's drift.
What?
Rock drift. Oh, okay. Drift.
A river?
Yes.
Actually, it was just off the river. It was that. See, it was a mountainous area around it, wasn't it? It was an infirmary.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but I remember I grew up next to the Orange River, and I remember the stories that they were fighting the Zulus, and the blood ran into the river, and it turned it orange, and that's how it got its name
That
from
was
those.
the cursor to the so-called Zulu film conflict.
Yeah. So
Because
it would have
Is it a
been
movie
no
you're
it
talking about?
no the river would have been named the Yellow River after the actual battle. Is what he's saying. Like
Yeah.
so. So I see what you're saying there. That's kind of cool. Now, with the propaganda in World War One, that fits primarily into the context of second generation warfare. Believe it or not, second generation warfare is characterized by the use of mass firepower, industrialized military production, and more centralized command structures. It reflects the technological and organizational developments of the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. While the primary features of this generation relates to battlefield tactics such as the shift from linear formations to trench warfare and the heavy use of artillery, the supporting structures around the war effort, including propaganda, also evolved dramatically during this time. Propaganda during World War I became a state-organized industrial-scale effort used to mobilize entire populations for total war. Governments produced posters, films, pamphlets, speeches, and manipulated newspapers to shape public opinion, boost morale, demonize the enemy, and encourage enlistment and war bond purchases. It marked one of the first times propaganda was deliberately and systematically used across multiple media platforms to influence both domestic and foreign audiences on a large scale.
just reminds me of the old Kitchener posters that was used by America later, representing Uncle Sam rather than Kitchener. We want you.
And oh God, I cannot believe I forgot his name. Oh my goodness, the cowboy. There was You guys know this. Come
Clint
on.
Eastwood.
No, the one before
No,
Clint Eastwood and then
it's not. He's not that old.
Clint Eastwood. And I cannot believe I'm having a brain fart on this. He was
What's the
bit.
movie? What's the movie you're talking
He
about?
did Stagecoach and all of that.
Oh,
Oh,
John Wayne.
uh,
John
yeah,
Wayne.
yeah.
John Wayne. Right.
John Wayne is a good example of the sort of propaganda that was fed, especially in U.S. schools, in relation to Native Americans and Western access to those lands.
So, what
It was a
generation of
really
warfare is this we're talking about?
This is
Is this
propaganda within World War One, but you can also see it in World War Two and stuff like that. It has to
y-
do
y-
with like
okay? So, what generation of warfare is that? Two, second?
that's the
Oh,
second generation. Yeah, it has to do
okay.
with posters, films, pamphlets, speeches, manipulating newspapers.
They
Uh,
also dropped them on Vietnam and Korea and stuff like that. Uh, you know,
yep.
to
actually
basically
just
say, "Oh, our soldiers are here to help you," stuff like that.
yeah. Just to point out something, you mentioned John Wayne, but he wasn't. He didn't start his film until after World War Two, didn't he?
Mhm.
His film career into after World War Two. He was mainly famous in '50s and '60s.
Well, he actually John Wayne was famous for Stagecoach back when he was a young man. Like he was
I
big.
can think of different films after me.
Now
In-
where he did most of his propaganda was the war bonds. He really boosted the amount of war bonds that were sold during the war, and that was
Sorry, doing this war.
during World War Two.
I'm sure he was active in World War. He was doing films in World War
That's
Two.
where he was
I thought
doing it.
he didn't start until the '50s.
The war, World War Two, ended in 1945, dude.
Yeah, precisely. So yeah, your time frames all over the place because if he didn't start his film career until the 19 I have to check this, but if he didn't start his career until the 1950s, then
Well, actually,
yeah,
no, I'm pretty sure he did it before that. Like his westerns, his first western that was a big hit was Stagecoach. That was back when it was black and
ah,
white,
1946.
1946.
Oh, hang on. That's his spouse. Let me
His
go into the.
spouse. Oh
Yeah,
wait,
sorry.
yes,
He
yes.
was yeah. When was his first film?
He was like all the way back in the black and white era and stuff. Like back in the
Let's
beginning.
stay on topic here, boys. What are we
Okay.
talking about?
Yeah.
This is topic. We're
No, he had a film in 1942 in called Lady for a Night, which was really a love story.
It was probably a Western love story, trust me.
Because his second role was in 1939, 1933, 1931. Yeah, it looks like he started in 1931.
Hmm.
So yeah, okay.
Okay, so while propaganda itself is a timeless tool that predates modern warfare, its former integration into military strategy and civilian control mechanisms during World War One aligns with the institutional and technological developments of second generation warfare. It also laid the foundation for more sophisticated psychological operations that would become central in third and fourth generation warfare. Now we get into the Geneva Protocol of 1925, which fits most closely with the second generation of warfare. Although its legacy and implications continue into later generations as well. Now, the second generation of warfare was characterized by mass industrialized armies, trench warfare, and heavy reliance on artillery and chemical weapons, most notably seen during World War One. The horrifying use of chemical weapons like chlorine, phosgene, and mustard gas during that war prompted a global outcry and led to the drafting of the Geneva Protocol. This protocol specifically prohibited the use of asphyxiating, poisonous gases, and bacteriological methods of warfare. It reflected the norms and expectations of warfare as experienced during the second generation. Now, while the Geneva Protocol emerged from the context of second generation warfare, it has had enduring influence on the rules of armed conflict in all subsequent generations. Its prohibitions and the principles behind them have informed the development and international humanitarian law, including the later Chemical Weapons Convention, and have relevance in also the fourth and fifth generation warfare as well. Now, for example, in asymmetric weapons by non-state actors, no, in asymmetrical weapons by non-state actors continues to raise legal and ethical concerns. Wait, I'm missing an entire line. In asymmetrical or unconventional warfare, the use or threat of chemical and biological weapons by non-state actors continue to raise legal and ethical concerns rooted in the standards first established by the protocol. Similarly, in fifth generation warfare, where warfare may involve technological manipulation to convert chemical storage or convert chemical sabotage.
Just before we continue, just on the point of non-state actors, are you technically talking about terrorists?
Yes.
Or would be deemed as terrorists?
Yeah.
Non-military units,
terrorists, insurgents, all these cool keen words that they've invented.
But also state-based actors.
Non-state. So if it's states, then there would be a military force. If there's private soldiers, it'd be an army.
Private corporations that raise their own armies. Militias.
Militias, yeah.
So from what I understand, fifth generation warfare mainly refers to non-kinetic military action, focusing on social engineering, misinformation, and the use of merging technologies like artificial intelligence, like cyber attacks as well, So yeah, that's kind of blending from the previous one where we were talking about propaganda, but now they're like taking it to the next level where they sort of start to automate these systems.
I'm not sure about artificial intelligence. See, you're talking about automation in this concept.
Yeah, that's in my opinion, that's a bit later on. But definitely cyber warfare.
Yeah, but we see drones and even IT-related warfare being done by actual live operators. So you've got Brigade 55 in the UK. I think 55, yeah.
Well, this is where the debate comes into it because, we're going to talk about it in a minute where later generations of warfare have now taken that to the next level again, where they start to employ artificial intelligence in these systems. But right now, we're talking about
Second generation.
non-kinetic warfare, and conventionally that was, cyber warfare, psychological operations, social media, propaganda, censorship,
Yeah. Let's
Roger
not run
mentioned
away.
biological warfare, which actually has been going on since 1912. It was the first documented case that I read about, and that was the
Uh,
Spanish flu, actually. And
that's
it turns out,
arguable.
folks, that the Spanish flu was actually created in the United States, taken with the military over um, to the First World War in the European theater, and then got blamed on on
Ah, ah.
Spain.
That is arguable.
Same as
That
the
is
China virus did, but
that is
yeah,
arguable. There is a lot of conjectation in historical numbers, but when you're looking at what you're terming as biological warfare, you could make an argument that this goes back to centuries. I
yeah.
mean, in World War One, the Turks were well known for poisoning whales in the Middle East.
It was that was actually a common thing. It wasn't just the Turks. Like,
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean?
Basically, everyone did that all over the place. They
Yeah.
even did that in Australia, just to get rid of Aboriginals back, even as late as the 50s. You know.
Scorched earth, man, goes all the way back to the freaking Turks too with the Urartu. That was their. I think the Urartu was the ones who actually originally came up with the scorched
And if you believe
earth.
in the Archimedes fire concept, is it Archimedes fire? You could
Yeah,
argue
yeah,
that this
yeah.
goes way back to classical history.
But that's
Yeah.
more kinetic warfare, but it was advanced for its time, for sure.
Now,
Um,
let me finish this up. This last part. It's the Geneva Protocols still um, provide a legal and moral boundary. However, its original context and purpose were clearly situated within the second generation's technology or technological and battlefield realities. Now, in 1925, Geneva Protocol, formerly known as the Protocol for the Prohibition of the Use of War of Asphyxiating poisonous or other gases and the bacteriological methods of warfare, okay, that does best fit into the second generation of warfare. And that's because this generation is characterized by industrialized state on state conflict that was prevalent during the early 20th century, especially during World War I and World War II. Now, warfare in this period was defined by mass mobilization, trench warfare, extensive use of artillery, and the introduction of new technologies such as tanks, aircrafts, and chemical weapons. Now, the Geneva Protocol was created directly in response to the widespread and devastating use of chemical warfare during World War I, when chlorine gas, phosgene, and mustard gas caused significant casualties and long-term suffering for soldiers and civilians alike. So the second generation of warfare relied heavily on conventional armies with structured hierarchies, uniformed combatants, and centralized command. The Geneva Protocol addressed the need to regulate and restrain certain technological advances in warfare that had proven especially inhumane. It was directed primarily at nation states and was meant to influence how they conducted war under international norms, which aligns with the structured and formalized nature of second generation warfare. Although the legacy of the Geneva Protocol has extended into later generations of warfare, including asymmetrical and non-state conflicts, where chemical and biological threats still loom, its origins and immediate impact are rooted in the second generation. It was a legal and moral response to the excess of mechanized war developed during a time when large armies and industrial capacity defined military strength. Thus, while its influence has carried forward, the protocol itself was a product of the specific conditions and ethical reactions that followed the industrial scale warfare of the early 20th century. So that is outdated. Okay, Mr.
I
Edworthy.
wouldn't say outdated. Again,
Yes.
my criticism of the word obsolete, and this can be used as well. It may be considered outdated by modern Western military units, but it's I would be very careful about using the term outdated or obsolete.
Well, I mean, I have proof.
Can I say something about the biological warfare side of things?
Yes.
So the original reasons they ban that stuff is because it's so powerful, and you can't really control it. You can develop something so deadly and so virulent that you can basically kill everyone on the planet. So the world basically came together and said, this is not a fair way to fight a war, and we should just all agree to not use it. And but what ended up happening is, as militaries do, they keep developing these things in secret. They keep databases of all these deadly pathogens and continue their research for, in quotes, humanitarian purposes. And the militaries claim that it's actually dual purpose research. So they claim it's for humanitarian reasons, aka to prevent a future pandemic. But in order to do that, they have to create the actual lethal pathogen that never would have or could have existed in nature. But they create these things with gain of function in a lab to basically develop countermeasures. All right. But the question now becomes ethically is, why do we develop these countermeasures to things that are like chimeras that won't exist in nature? But now you've developed the actual pathogen. What is to say that's not going to fall into the wrong hands of someone who's going to release that for all sorts of other reasons, whether it's economic reasons, whether it's for depopulation reasons, whether it's for control or bribery or whatever, right? So what I'll also say is I've sort of kept track of I love medical research, so I've sort of kept track of all these suspicious papers in the past that suggests that different pathogens have been manipulated for biological research. One of the big historical areas where they've done that kind of research is in Maryland, in the United States. There's a big military base there, and I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, so what I noticed just the other day is, and this is what actually got me banned off the Mines channel, is that the guy who was the head of Trump's Operation Warp Speed, he was involved with brain-machine interface research, and he also worked in Maryland. He basically got funding to open up a biological research facility in Maryland, and I just thought that was kind of strange, considering that, like, we haven't started talking about this yet, but like they have found self-assembling nanoparticles in some of these vaccines that ended up getting released by his company, and he ended up working in the same town where the military is conducting biological weapons research. And but anyway, I just want to list some of these pathogens that have historically been used in biological warfare, and these include anthrax, which was weaponized by several nations, including the US, USSR, and Japan. Botulinum toxin, also known as Botox, that women inject into their lips, is actually one of the most deadly chemicals on the planet. They say like one.
It's not a chemical. It's a
it's a toxin.
Biologic. Yeah, but it's not a chemical. It's a naturally.
It's a bacteriological toxin.
Yeah,
and one tablespoon of it can kill everyone on the planet. That's how deadly it is. So like they have to water it down like significantly in order to inject it into girls' faces to give them duck lips.
It's technically not a manufactured bacteria. It does appear naturally. It's just the
but we also use bacteria to manufacture now. They call it biological manufacturing, and it's actually a lot cheaper and easier to do than conventional synthesis.
There is I can't remember the science research lab in, I think it's Cambridge in the UK. Can't remember the name of it, but
I'd love to keep a list of these things, because Trump just legalized it. Like he's like, oh, I'm going to bring about this bill that's going to prevent the Chinese lab leaks type stuff from biological research to happen again. So we're only going to do our biological research in sanctioned cities now, not in unsanctioned cities.
Again,
so we literally funded 10 more labs.
This goes back to the crux of some of our discussions and elements of the last day. There is whilst I understand where you're coming from, there is a difference between research and practical application and mass application. Sure, you can research everything, but unless it's been...
here's an application for it. It kills people.
Okay, so
actual real world.
Okay, so
usage.
We're getting closer and closer to that area now.
Let me just quickly finish this list of toxins. All right,
let's do the toxins.
Brucellosis, tularemia, Marburg virus, which is actually kind of scary. Used in the Soviet bioweapons programs before. That one makes you like bleed out of orifices and stuff like that. The plague, bubonic plague, was used at one point. Rye ergot, which is the stuff they make LSD from. It causes severe burning in your tissues, called St. Anthony's fire. Cholera, smallpox, tuberculosis was used in the Napoleonic Wars. But here are the ones they won't tell you about yet. What is his name? Robert Kennedy actually talked about this a little bit, where Fauci and these guys experimented with Lyme disease back in the day as a military bioweapon, and that actually escaped the lab, and that's why we have these like crazy amounts of Lyme disease around nowadays. And I don't know if you guys remember that case of Ebola that erupted in North Africa a few years ago. It actually came over to the United States. Historically, Ebola only has like 20 cases per year in Africa only, and they usually die off pretty quickly. And then all of a sudden, like 10 years ago, it became like crazy virulent, and it killed like 1,000 doctors, and it traveled across continents, and it was just like unprecedented amount of deaths from Ebola. I actually thought that was going to go pandemic. But man,
in the grand scheme of things, it was still controlled. It was still
only because like many doctors sacrificed their lives to go and like help out with it, but a lot of them died. But my point is, no one has ever come forward and explained why that happened, and there's no conventional explanation other than it being a bioweapons experiment. Here's another one they won't tell you about, but I believe I found the evidence for this in the literature, that influenza has actually been year by year manipulated in labs since those outbreaks in China swine influenza a few years ago. In the 1950s, it started, and then they realized. I believe they realized, oh wow, we can make a lot of money on vaccines if we just keep releasing new novel versions of this virus, and so keep an eye out for that. Maybe we'll prove that in the next 10 years or so. But I believe influenza has been gain of function researched for a long time. SARS is another one. SARS-CoV-2 has now come out to be proven to be a bioweapon.
Just on your basis of influenza, influenza has been known to naturally mutate anyway, as well as.
Allegedly, you can't.
Again, I could argue that all of what you were saying is allegedly. So,
Well, here's the thing, right? You can't tell the difference between a natural mutation and what do they call it? A recombination event is what they call it, right? Because the way that they do gain of function research is they actually just inject rats with these viruses, and they pick the ones that die the quickest, and then they take the virus from that one and inject it into 10 more rats, and the one that dies the quickest, they take that one. So it is kind of natural mutations in a way, but they amplify it, and they like make it happen quicker over repetitive generations. So there's no way for us to prove it, unless there is actually one way where you can sequence a virus, right? You can get the genome, and if all of a sudden you see a regular progression of lineages of viruses progress and move across the planet, you can see that. But if you all of a sudden get a lineage that has gone extinct from like 10 years ago, and there's a new progression of that one, that is a clear sign of manipulation, because you shouldn't see that happening in nature. You should see a continual set of mutations happening rather than a jumping back and forward in time, which is actually what we did see during the COVID pandemic. All of a sudden, like old lineages will become more virulent and stuff like that. So that's one thing to look out for.
There could be an argument there to say that you've got two subspecies, correct term, of a virus or viri, and they are acting independently of each other.
Yeah, but what happens is some of those lineages go extinct because people become immune to them, but some other people keep those lineages in a fridge and then freaking continue research on those. You know what I mean?
And also because things like demographics and health potential issues. Just because it's one set of people are immune doesn't mean another set of people.
My main point with all that is we need really good viral monitoring and continual sequencing of viruses, keeping databases of these things so we can like monitor what is going on, because we're getting to the point now where it's so cheap to be able to modify these viruses and make them more deadly. Basically, everyone has this technology. We could do it in our backyards right now. You know what I mean? You can buy the DNA, you can buy the rats and do it yourself. Like, I'm not saying anyone should do that. I'm saying we've got to be careful, because this is a huge vulnerability that could be an existential threat to humanity right now. And they're talking about like Nipah virus is the latest one that they're preparing for a pandemic. Is we just had that bird flu that went around, that suspicious bird flu that started in like Norway in like native geese, and then it traveled across the whole world, started infecting cows. They had to kill millions and millions of chickens. That's why we couldn't get eggs for a long time. I find that kind of stuff suspicious, because that doesn't normally happen. Anyway,
I'm not sure
that's my conspiratorial view.
Eggs. I know eggs have been a bit of an issue, especially in the US. But that's mainly down to supply chains. But again, that could be down to supply change, supply chain side, down to because of internet.
If you don't see eggs, talk to the shopkeepers, because they will tell you. Like, I spoke to the shopkeepers here, and they told me here that the chickens here got infected and they had to kill them all. Like, yeah.
As far as I'm aware, the UK never had an issue. As
Okay.
far as I'm aware, not that by them in the
You
end.
never had like it must have happened there because it started to spread in Europe. It started in Norway, so like
Not that
it
I'm
had to go
aware.
through
I
Europe to get to the
see
US,
any
right?
news reports in relation to supply issues as far as eggs are concerned
Anyway,
in the
yeah,
UK.
that's all I wanted to say about biological warfare. Thanks, Roger.
Anyway,
That was a mouthful.
Yeah, I'm a
That
bit
was
obsessed with that topic.
well. There's more to come because now we're going into the third generation of warfare. Okay, and that mark that's marked by a major shift towards maneuvers, warfare, and speed, using mobility and surprise to bypass enemy defenses and collapse them from within. Now, this generation gained prominence in World War II with the German concept of the Blitzkrieg. It emphasized decentralized decision making, initiative at lower command levels, and rapid penetration to disrupt enemies' rear areas. But tanks, mechanized infantry, and air support played crucial roles in achieving tactical and operational superiority without relying solely on attrition. Now, the now that right there basically is saying that okay, like at one time here in the United States, before anybody could do any kind of military tactics, they had to go through their command there, and it had to go up to the generals, and then from the generals, it had to get okayed by the president. At this point, this is where they start going into the third generation of combat, where people can make on-the-spot decisions in combat.
can we not make an argument that this goes actually further back with the concept of guerrilla warfare?
Well, in certain countries, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. Again, I'm thinking of the Dutch usage of this during the Boer War.
And you gotta think of Vietnam too itself. Okay,
Yeah.
Vietnam, the art of war. I mean, that's what the art of war is all about. You know what I mean? It's about guerrilla tactics. They have a book called The Art of War. You know, written.
Yeah.
So
Which is what 5th century BC.
yeah, I believe it's back there.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact date of it, but that's basically what it comes down to. Now, with the third generation, we get back into the biological part of it, and this is where it's where we go into what Mark Edworthy mentioned before, the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972. Okay, now this fits primarily within the framework of the third generation of warfare. This generation, which developed during the Cold War era, is characterized by a shift from attrition-based warfare towards maneuver warfare. Increased use of advanced technology, intelligence, and indirect strategies. Now, it marks a departure from mass formations and industrial scale destruction towards greater emphasis on precision, speed, and disruption of the enemy's command and control systems. So they're talking like fast and swift, you know what I mean? Instead of having like huge tank formations and soldiers, you know, in formation with trenches and stuff like that, they're talking about fast and efficient. That's the one thing that gets.
Yeah, Blitzkrieg being the most is probably the best example.
Yeah. Now, the Biological Weapons Convention, as a former multilateral disarmament treaty, reflects the strategic environment of this period. After World War II, and in the context of the Cold War arms race, there was heightened global awareness about the devastating potential of weapons and the mass destruction. Not just nuclear arms, but also chemical and biological agents. Now, the convention was the first international agreement to outlaw the production, stockpiling, and use of an entire category of weapons, representing a maturing of legal and diplomatic tools in response to the evolving nature of conflict and deterrence.
Technically, did the 72 convention touch on nuclear and chemical weapons? I think
I,
it did.
I had almost, I'm pretty sure freaking they were saying that it
Hence the reason for the 93 chemical weapons convention.
they were,
Um,
they were more specific on like the growing
biological.
the growing concerns about landmines and stuff like that, because landmines by that time had become a huge problem, and even today we still have issues with landmines worldwide.
Yeah, this reminds me of was it not Princess Diana that did a load of
Yeah.
protest in relation to things like landmines and cluster mines and
Yep.
that sort of thing. Yeah.
In this one, it was more generalized, like mass production of this stuff and stockpiles of it held back. You know what I mean? Here in Southern Illinois, we actually ran into a stockpile of munitions next to a freaking lake that was under the ground and forgotten. Nobody even knew it was there. And it was from the military, and they had to go in there and they had to literally pull it out and be careful with it because it was really explosive. So even the bullets that you think would be harmless, if they're just sitting for freaking 10, 15 years, man, I mean, they're dangerous.
Funny enough, in the UK, we still get it's becoming a lot rarer now. But when I was growing up, back in the 80s and 90s, there were still stories of people finding old World War II V2 doodlebugs and bombs and stuff that came from Germany, and yeah, there were still reports of military specialists coming in to disarm bombs that have been undiscovered for what 60, 70 odd years.
The way it was here.
Hmm.
Yeah. What do you what do you got to say?
Not so much as far as World War II, because there was no action. Germany didn't attack the US mainland.
Yeah. Well, not in full force, but we had a lot of insurgencies and stuff that did take place here that weren't really documented in the history books, but they are there. You know what I mean? Like they almost crippled the
Yeah, it's
entire
more
East Coast.
espionage rather than actual full sort of bombings to a certain extent.
See, they almost they were almost able to freaking bring the whole entire East Coast down during World War II because of German insurgents were able to make it into back in that day. They used to have a level that was below freaking Grand Central Station for the military, and they would guard over it, and it had to do it was in charge of all of the power supplies for the entire East Coast, and all they had to do was go in there with sand and pour it inside the motor, and it would have just completely destroyed it. And they guarded that thing with their life, man. And one of the Germans actually was able to get close to it, and they were able to stop them. But there was
But
situations.
we're talking more about espionage sort of tactics.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And see, that's what they're talking about here when it comes to third generation too. That's the kind of stuff that they were really into. So yeah, so it even goes into World War II as well. Okay. So the history of propaganda also is something I wanted to bring up because this one is a side note that I want to make. Okay, you made reference to the history of propaganda, and I wanted to point out that it spans like multiple generations of warfare, but it's mostly associated with the third, fourth, and fifth generations of warfare due to the development of communication technologies, psychological strategies.
Arguably, you could make an argument that in every single war that we've ever had, there's been an element of propaganda. Of course, you've got to make sure you got to make sure that you've got those troops and the old hearts and minds sort of argument.
But you also have to understand when you say the history of propaganda, there's actually material out that refers to it, and it's named specifically the history of propaganda. You know what I mean? Now, granted, propaganda has been around beforehand, but I'm talking about the actual reference of history of propaganda. You know what I mean? And it is very interesting to go over, but that it mostly relates to the third, fourth, and fifth generations of
Yeah, but I was just thinking of if you've got
he froze up. Now in the third
side propaganda, it goes in hand with society.
yeah, well, they've gotten better. They've gotten better at it with the new communication systems and with the psychological.
Become more effective, let's just say, rather than better.
And especially whenever it comes to freaking the whole psychological thing, it became more important once they started having radio, and then they had telephones, and then they had freaking television, and now they got the internet. So
as I mentioned within one of my notes earlier, the Lord Hohenzollern, German colon,
and
Germany colon.
We're going to be covering that too now. So now in the third generation of warfare is where it emerged, and that was in the early 20th century, and it was exemplified by the world wars. Okay, now propaganda became highly institutionalized and widespread during this time period. Governments made use of radios, like I was talking about, newspapers, posters, films, and that was used to shape public opinion. Okay, it was also used to demonize adversaries, the enemy. It was also to mobilize civilian populations, like Uncle Sam, like you were talking about. And they also used it in another aspect that nobody really looks at. It's maintaining morale at home. So they would show these freaking Air Force films of these airplanes destroying a bomber. They're saying we're doing great in the Pacific, when in reality, freaking they're losing horribly, until they came up with what are those called again? The aircraft carriers. That's when the tide of war changed.
I mean, when you talk about that, I mean, one of the earliest obvious examples would be the sinking of the Bismarck back in 1915.
Mm-hmm. Well, that right there was actually the actual sinking of the ship was demoralizing. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Well, it was moralizing for the Brits, but it was demoralizing for the Germans. Yeah.
You know. So I mean, yeah, that was actually that would have been like an actual form of propaganda when it comes to the destruction of the ship. So. Now, the industrial scale and global nature of warfare during this period made propaganda a powerful weapon to justify military actions and influence national and international perception. As warfare evolved into the fourth generation, characterized by irregular combat, asymmetrical conflicts, and the rise of non-state actors, propaganda took on a new form. Psychological operations, disinformation campaigns, and media manipulation became central to both state and non-state strategies, with the distinction between civilians and combatants becoming increasingly blurred. Influencing hearts and minds became as important as territorial control. Now, insurgent groups, terrorist organizations, and even corporations began to use propaganda to promote ideologies, recruit supporters, and destabilize traditional governmental structures. Now, in the fifth generation of warfare, propaganda has become even more sophisticated and covert. This form of warfare emphasizes control over information, cyberspace, and perception. It involves the use of social media platforms, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and psychological profiling to manipulate narratives and belief systems on a massive scale. The aim is not necessarily to win battles in the traditional sense, but to influence political outcomes, sow discord, and weaken the internal cohesion of society. Propaganda in this context does not rely solely on spreading one version of the truth, but rather on overwhelming the information environment with conflicting messages, confusion, and mistrust. In this way, propaganda has transitioned from a support mechanism in earlier generations to a central strategic weapon in modern geopolitical conflicts. Now,
Can I also just add that propaganda isn't just like pamphlets and misinformation. It's also stoking certain narratives that benefits your agenda. Like, for example, it started as like, even in the age of the fall of Rome, they adopted Christianity because it would help them sort of stabilize the realm. And religions have been used over the ages as a form of, I don't know, psychological warfare / propaganda. To like that, even in the Bible, they have sections about render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and render unto God what is God's. You know, basically saying don't take from Caesar, you know, because you'll be looked upon well in heaven and stuff like that. So like, my point is like, even in the modern day, Wahhabism, certain sects of Islam are funded by the CIA, people like that, in order to create militant groups that will go and, destabilize governments and take over, different places like Syria and whatever. And we then call them moderate terrorists and, stuff like that. So
Again,
that's
this
another
goes
part
with
of
a good example of this would be the 1979 Iranian Revolution, and I was, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking something else as well, but this just escaped me. But yeah, this is a tried tactic for generations.
Sorry to interject there, Roger. I
oh,
I'd
it's
add
fine. It's fine. Now, the third generation warfare emphasizes not just battlefield tactics, but also the psychological operations, propaganda, and global positioning. The Biological Weapons Convention fits this generation because it was designed to counter the threat posed not only by conventional forces, but designed to counter the threat posed, but by but by co okay, let me do that. Not only not only by conventional forces, but by covert or non-traditional methods of warfare that could cripple populations or destabilize nations without direct military confrontation.
And the
Okay.
best part, like, it's so powerful. People don't realize how powerful it is. It Even the people who it's being done to don't even realize that it's being done to them, and that they just believe that it's the truth. You know what I mean? So you don't even need to fight a war. You don't need to risk any assets. You just have to feed them the right type of news, the right social media feeds, and all of a sudden they do what you want them to do. And that's a just hugely powerful and lucrative business nowadays. Yeah.
especially nowadays. BBC, I'm looking at you. Yeah.
And now with AI, it's just going to get even 100x more powerful. You know what I mean? They can pump this stuff out like it's candy.
Now, it also anticipates the dangers of bioware being used for strategic leverage or terror rather than purely for military engagements on the battlefield as well. Um, the Psychological Warfare Division, which is what I believe that was you, Mr. Robot, that did that one, wasn't it? Or was that Miss?
I think we both touched on.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about MK Ultra and like going back to like the early research on the mind and consciousness by the military, because they saw as the mind is the new realm of warfare. The war is in your
Okay,
mind.
so
The battlefield is in your
Technically,
mind,
now see this.
and that
technically
was the
not
sort of
an
Now this.
belief that they
it's an
adopted back then
evolved form.
and developed it.
We're seeing an evolution. It's not technically a new field.
Right.
No,
Again,
no, but
it's
yeah,
been going
it's
on
just
for
it's
decades,
I don't know
centuries.
when it started to be developed, but
It's an evolution of.
Now,
yeah, totally, and
now,
they
now,
just ramped up the research in it because they realized how powerful it was
now
and how
understand.
effective it was.
The Psychological Warfare Division is an actual division, and it fits into the third generation of warfare. Okay. Now, the third generation warfare emerged during and after World War II, and it's characterized, like I said, by speed, maneuverability, and decentralized tactics aimed at bypassing enemy lines, attacking from the rear, and stuff of that nature. Now, it emphasizes disruption over direct confrontation and introduces the idea of warfare being fought not just on battlefields, but also through strategic deception and influence. Okay.
Yeah, good example. If you knock out, let's say, a supply line, then how Rommel did this extremely well, doing
Oh,
yeah, doing in the Desert Fox thing. Desert Fox in the
Desert, Desert Storm.
North African thing, where he aided in knocking out the British access to oil.
Oh, okay. You're talking about a different one. I thought you was talking about Desert Storm. Desert
Oh,
Fox.
sorry, no, I was talking about Rommel doing
Oh,
the North African campaign.
okay. Yeah.
Mm.
Now, the Psychological Warfare Division was established by the Allied forces during World War II to manage propaganda, information control, and morale related operations against Axis powers. It focused on shaping the perception, emotions, and behaviors of enemy soldiers, civilians, and occupied populations. This involved the use of radio broadcasts, leaflets, rumors, and other media to sow confusion, fear, and dissent behind enemy lines. And this brings us to Lord Haw Haw. Okay, and that nickname was given to William Joyce, and he fits into the context of third generation warfare. Now, he operated during World War II, broadcasting Nazi propaganda in English to British and Allied audiences via radio. His work exemplifies the psychological and informational tactics that were increasingly recognized as strategic tools during that era. Now, third generation warfare focuses on maneuver, deception, and indirect methods of undermining the enemy, not just through physical combat, but also through psychological disruption. Lord Haw Haw's broadcast aimed to lower Allied morale, spread fear, and create confusion among listeners, all of which are core elements of psychological operations that evolved as a key component of warfare during this period. Now, when they do these broadcasts, what they want to do is they get on there and they start telling the freaking Allied soldiers that freaking their women are at home having sex with single men and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And back in the day, man, they had nothing else to listen to, so they're pretty much stuck listening to that channel because it's the only thing that's providing music for them to listen to on their off hours. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So whenever
Yeah, kids these days will never understand what it was like back then, when there was so few media sources that you were basically forced to listen to the mainstream media.
right,
Indeed.
And Operation Mockingbird and all that, where it came out that the CIA basically had their implants in all the major radio shows, all the major news corporations, and basically were pumping out their war propaganda and stuff like that. Psychological operations.
I've got to move your avatar so that Mr. Edworthy can be seen properly.
I just noticed that. Actually, that's a good selection of video clips, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So here's what I want to do. I am going to step away to smoke for a second, and I want to put on some break music in so that we can all step away, get coffee, whatever we need, and come back, because we're going to start getting into the fourth generation of warfare and then the fifth generation of warfare and wherever it takes us from there, because Mr. Robot
77th generation.
Mr. Robot has tons more stuff,
Yeah.
and we're gonna need a break on this real quick. We're at an hour and 15 minutes into the hour and 42 minutes actually.
Yeah, if we started streaming as soon as we came on, yeah, 1 hour and 42. Well, that's when we came on there. Don't know when you started streaming.
Now, when I'm
So you're not going to release this until you've edited it, right? Is that how it
this
works?
is streaming on Rumble, X, Twitch.
Yeah, but it's behind
Beeline.
your paywall. isn't it?
Well, it's on there for Rumble, but it's also on X, Twitch, D-Line,
okay.
and it's also on. It's not on
Yes,
YouTube.
well-
I can't freaking do the Twitch thing, but well, it's on Twitch. It's just not on YouTube, is what I meant. But it's
Yeah,
on.
just
We don't
pause
need
it.
NoobTube around here. Edward Bernays, he wasn't he the sort of founder of propaganda?
Yeah, Bernays. No, he goes deeper. He goes into the advertisement side of it, and that's something that later I would really love to get into, because it's how you sway perception. That's really deep into it. But
Yeah.
that's something I really do want to get into. But right now we are talking about warfare. We're talking about how propaganda and the fifth generation and onward of warfare is going with that. But
Well, what do you think came first, the advertising side of it or the warfare side of it?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Right.
That's what you're asking, really.
Now,
Yeah.
now, with that being said, I am going to mute out my mic and I'm going to put some cool Mr. Robot music on for everybody. And we'll come back here and we'll get back into it. So you guys go get yourself a drink, smoke a cigarette, whatever you do. I know Mr. Robot doesn't smoke, but I know
I've just been drinking this methylene blue, but I wouldn't mind a nice little warm coffee.
yeah. Go get you something and we'll be back here after the music is done, okay?
Will do.
Mark, I highly recommend you drink the methylene blue. They say it disables the nanotechnology that you've been exposed to. So.
Definitely.
We'll get into that later. We'll get into that later.
Poisonous. It sounds really poisonous, but
Real world applications. No, it's actually really good for you. We'll talk about that in another episode. But, all right.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension. Awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity. Into the source of a high vibration. Into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. unsifted thistles, plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, this'll sift.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Vessels of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the cold ancient awe, as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the cold tension all, as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, Templars guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drown, turn to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lap dogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepishtim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up Tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to shores of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors in code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. A block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads. These structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, not scholars tripping. Logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth. What force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive. Yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, and it was an allegorical crypt written in the language of symbolism. Advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, how came the pyramid ode? The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. He's stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, and it was the allegorical crypts written in the language of symbolism. Advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy, pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame. They mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tablet's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids home a hymn, rising cold the divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt. The truth's a spiral, eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're gods we've been missing.
Okay.
Okay. So I make sure I didn't pause that. Yeah, the recording's been going on there too, so we got the music, which is fine, but I just we just to let you know we do have the music on there. Now, I did get some messages on or comments on D Live from Mark from Dragus Production.
Yeah.
He sent me earlier some music and stuff from Cafe Enigma, and
You were talking about this on Wednesday.
yeah, and
Yeah.
and he sent me some more today and everything. Said I could use those into the music and stuff as well, so that's cool. That was cool. And he also mentioned or gave us a coffee on D Live. So I told him I sent him a link to come into the show, and he's welcome to come in if he wants to. So
What a legend.
yeah,
Cool.
that'd be cool if he can come in, you know. But other than that, we don't have anybody else bothering us. Just a bunch of people wanting us to buy subscribers and stuff.
No cryptocurrency scams, please.
Yes. But with all that being said, man, we are back now. We have gotten through the third generation of warfare, and we're gonna start talking now about the fourth generation. Now, this is where we get more into the area where Mark Edworthy and Mr. Robot is gonna get excited and start really talking a bunch of smack on one another because they're smack talkers, dude.
Fourth? I thought that was only going to happen around the fifth or sixth.
No, but trust me, there's a lot of things in the fourth generation that kind of gets confusing with what's considered the fifth generation. It's kind of like a blurring. So with that, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and get some of this started. Now, the fourth generation of warfare deviates from state central models and includes non-state actors, asymmetrical tactics, and information warfare. It is marked by a blurring of lines between war and politics, combatants and civilians, and battlefield and society. Insurgencies, terrorism, guerrilla movements, and psychological operations are key characters. These conflicts often lack front lines and are fought as prolonged struggles against legitimate ideology and influences. Examples include various insurgencies in the Middle East and other post-colonial conflicts around the world. Now, the Vietnam War propaganda and misinformation fits into the fourth generation of warfare. This generation is characterized by psychological operations, media manipulation, and the deliberate use of information to influence public perception, morale, and political will, both domestically and internationally. Now, unlike previous generations of warfare that relied mostly on direct battlefield confrontations and state-on-state conflicts, fourth generation warfare involves non-traditional tactics, including the strategic use of propaganda and misinformation as primary tools in engagement. In the Vietnam War, both the United States and North Vietnam engaged in complex propaganda campaigns. The U.S. government employed misinformation to maintain support for the war, often portraying progress that contradicted the realities on the ground. Statements from military and political leaders frequently assured the public that victory was near, even when battlefield situations suggested otherwise. Meanwhile, North Vietnamese forces capitalized on images of U.S. bombings and civilian casualties to generate global outrage and anti-American sentiment. Radio Hanoi and other outlets targeted U.S. troops with demoralizing broadcasts, while anti-war movements in the United States were partially fueled by revelations that contradicted official government narratives. These efforts to shape perception, manage information, and exploit psychological vulnerabilities align with the core strategies of fourth generation warfare. The Vietnam War is one of the clearest historical examples of a conflict where control over narrative and belief became as important as control over territory. The role of the United States news media during the Vietnam War fits squarely into the framework of fourth generation warfare, too. This generation of warfare is defined by its emphasis on information control, psychological influence, and the erosion of the distinction between combatants and non combatants. Unlike earlier generations, which were focused on direct military engagement between state actors, fourth generation warfare brings the media, public opinion, and societal perception into the battlefield itself. During the Vietnam War, the American news media became a critical force that shaped public perception of the conflict. Graphic footage and critical reporting brought the realities of war into the living rooms of ordinary citizens, fundamentally altering the public support for the war effort. The famous footage of the Tet Offensive and My Lai massacre and daily casualty reports played a powerful role in undermining the legitimacy of the U.S. government's narrative and war strategy. This This period marked one of the first major examples of what would later be called information war. The enemy was not only in the jungles of Southeast Asia, but also in the minds of the American public, whose shifting attitudes were significantly influenced by what they saw, heard, and read in the news.
Am I correct in stating that officially the Vietnam War is technically not over yet? There hasn't been closed on
Technically,
Vietnam.
technically,
Really?
Vietnam was never really a war to be. Everybody keeps using the term Vietnam War, but it was never a war.
Conflict, yeah.
It was a police
But yeah,
action.
technically
Why
it's
not?
never been
Why is it not
closed.
a war?
It's a police action.
Yeah,
How's
There was no actual declaration of war that was ever implemented between Vietnam and
But
the.
all like I don't know, a lot of modern wars are like that, I would say.
I mean, there was literally no declaration of war between either side.
yeah. And
Well, the
also,
Cold War wasn't either, was it?
Right.
really, the reason that the US pulled out was because of all the press that it was receiving, all those dead bodies coming home, all those kids, all those sons and brothers, bodies coming
I don't
home
know,
and
man.
died.
That's as real war as you can get, in my opinion,
Yeah,
because
but the amount.
just like helicopters, bombings, lots of soldiers, boots on the ground, front lines. It's all got all the hallmarks of a war.
I
Would say.
mean, sure, you're going to have casualties in war, but if you don't see a overwhelming amount of bodies coming home, you're going to lose public confidence, aren't you?
Yeah. And
Yeah, exactly.
that's exactly what it is. I mean, even it doesn't matter which side of the spectrum it is. It's still the same thing. You know what I mean?
Uh,
Even if people did need to
I
see it.
disagree there, because if you've got a philosophy of, as an example, the sort of ancient sort of Japanese philosophy of dining with honor, if you've got that sort of context there, then you could argue that these people died with honor, and therefore they did their duty, and therefore they that's a good public perception.
Well, here's another part of the psychological operation of that era is JFK didn't want to go to war in Vietnam, right? But the military-industrial complex really wanted to go to war, and some say that's part of the reason why he got assassinated. And then the guy who took over, LBJ, Lyndon Baines Johnson, immediately, like, green lighted it, and yeah, and then the military
He didn't
industrial
actually greenlight
complex
it. He
became
put
quite
that
rich
to
off that,
um,
and
actually,
it was one of the
just to give
first
some,
televised wars, right? Live
actually
televised wars.
just to give some context, this is related to Korea, the previous Korean War, which was a precursor to the Vietnam War, which was really started with North Korea and France. And the France pulled out of the war. The US came in, which created the Vietnam War, and it was actually done under Nixon's.
Now,
Nixon was in power rather than JFK.
Now I did do propaganda in South Korea after Vietnam, and I did that for a reason because um, Vietnam is pretty much cut and dry when it comes to the information, but the propaganda involving South Korea is very very important. It's something that even goes on to 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 today. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, there's a lot of that's involved with Korea versus what happened with Vietnam. Vietnam was just a show of power, in my opinion, between communism and frickin' the United States. You know what I
Well,
mean?
communism and democracy or capitalism, Western. I won't say just the US, because there's a
Yeah.
wider arguments there.
Well,
Um,
France is
it's the Cold
notorious.
War.
France is
Yeah.
notorious in a lot of the things that they did. Like I think I've uncovered a lot of good stuff when it comes to France and what they've really played in the political
Well,
schemes.
again, I would argue the same with Germany. I would argue the same with Britain, and after World War One, I would argue the same with the US.
What I don't get is Vietnam never posed a risk to the United States. So why would you expend so many lives, so many
The Cold
resources to go
War
fight
argument.
it?
Well, France too. The France. Okay, like another thing when you were mentioning JFK, there's one thing
Argument.
else.
Remember, the Cold War was all about small insurgency throughout the world.
And there was there
and
were also other things going on, like nuclear proliferation is something that JFK was trying to sort out in the Pacific, and now the Pacific is basically nuclear free, and the reason for that is because he started the talks between them. At the time, what happened was they were doing nuclear tests all over the Pacific. And when it comes to the Marshall Islands, that's a good example.
and let's
The
not
atolls,
forget
the atolls.
get the Cuban crisis that was
Yeah,
happened during JFK's time.
but like the atolls
90s.
especially though. Okay, they did some horrific things with the atolls, and the thing of it is like when it comes to JFK, you also have to take a look at that because we um, England and the United States and all of the Allied forces that were allied with the United States was pretty cool with the idea of kind of backing off. But France was the stubborn ones. They're the ones that kept pushing their nuclear program in the Pacific, and they just would not give up on it. And that's another issue. And I find it kind of odd that they were that way when it came to the nuclear program in the
I thought it was
Pacific.
the US doing the nuclear program in the Pacific.
France was involved. England was in. As a matter of fact, England was doing nuclear tests right in Australia.
Oh, Great Britain. Great
Is this
Britain.
before or after?
This is in the
This is
70s,
We're talking about,
60s.
yeah, we're talking about the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Yeah.
You know, as a matter of fact, you guys had freaking one of the worst nuclear fallouts because of the testing. Believe it or not.
Okay.
Not on the continent though, right? On islands in the Pacific, is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I'm in Australia. They have like a old nuclear test site that's there that's really, really bad. The atolls have the worst ones. Bikini Islands, for example, was the worst one. And
Still, people can't go there, can they?
right. And
Yeah.
I
Kind
find
of
it,
sad because there was people actually living there, and they moved them off the islands
yeah,
just for the test.
yep. And they turn around, and I find it odd that that was going on, and then we got into Vietnam, which involved the French before us. You know what I mean? So,
Well, Korea, yeah. Rather than Vietnam, technically, but yeah, same difference if you look at it from a wider perspective.
but yeah, actually, it was Korea that they were in first, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, I am planning on getting into the Korean outbreak. But like with the Vietnam, that was I wanted to get into that one and then go ahead and go into Korea because that spans even after the Korean War. There's a lot of things that are going on in South
Well,
Korea.
like I said, the Korean War was just really the precursor to Vietnam.
Yeah.
You've got to look at both Vietnam and Korea as a sort of two halves of the same, or yeah, of a same conflict.
Right.
And this is still fourth generation, right?
Yeah, this is fourth generation. Now, propaganda in South Korea fits primarily into the framework of fourth generation warfare. Now, this form of warfare involves non state actors, information warfare, psychological operations, and the blurring of lines between war and politics, military and civilian, and front lines and home fronts. Now, in the context of South Korea, propaganda was has been both shaped by decades of tensions with North Korea, where both sides have engaged in psychological warfare through loudspeaker broadcasts, media messaging, cultural dissemination, and disinformation campaigns. Now, South Korea's counter propaganda has included both defensive strategies and offensive messaging aimed at undermining the North Korean regime, influencing defectors, and promoting democratic and capitalist values. Furthermore, with the rise of the digital platforms and the cyber capabilities, South Korea's use of propaganda, especially in relations to North Korea, information control, foreign diplomacy, and regional perception management, also show elements of fifth generation warfare. However, the core strategy use of propaganda in the Korean Peninsula began under the conditions of fourth generation conflict, making that the most fitting classification. So that right there is what that's mostly about. Now with Korea, you've got both the North Koreans and the South Koreans, and then you have that freaking little border there, and most people don't understand that there's still freaking soldiers standing at that freaking border, facing the other direction. You know what I'm saying? And
Remember, North Korea is a very close, insular society.
but when it
Maybe with the exception of communications with China.
and they love to throw their propaganda at one another. That's the one thing they when it comes to a show of power too. With the changing of the guard in South Korea is something that you got to watch. That's pretty interesting how they do that. Like they're kind of like how the English do theirs at the
Actually, another good example of the changing of guard then is the Pakistan and Indian changing of guard ritual.
yeah.
That is quite amusing, actually. Really amusing.
It kind of reminds me of the Royal Palace in England, how they do
Hmm.
it there too. You know,
Yeah, I went up to the guards at the Royal Palace and I started telling them jokes, trying to make them laugh, but they didn't laugh. They didn't like it.
You could be, you could have been prosecuted for that.
oh wow.
They're
That
not allowed to move, so I could do anything I wanted to 'em. At least that's the way I saw it.
You did.
now when it comes to South Korea and everything, I like pushing their freaking propaganda on the North Koreans through freaking cyber capabilities and digital platforms right there. I can see that happening, and I also see like in today how they keep talking about TikTok and China.
Yeah.
That's something else
Oh,
that sticks out to me. Like
no.
a lot of people
How
don't.
they say that in China, TikTok has all this like useful information on it, and people learn off it and stuff. And here, it's just like tits and ass and
Actually,
retarded shit.
actually, that's not true. As far as I understand it, TikTok is actually mm, formally banned in China.
What is it?
I believe so. Even though it's
Fact
controlled
check
by
you on
China, it's controlled by ByteDance Limited Inc. I don't remember, or ByteDance. I believe that it's not actually used in China. It's impossible to access in China.
Let's see. Fact check. TikTok is not available in mainland China. Instead, ByteDance offers a similar app called Douyin, which adheres to Beijing's strict censorship rules. Douyin was launched in September 2016 and used extensively within China, while TikTok is an international version of the app. There you go.
Hmm. Yeah.
So they made a different
Yeah.
app for China.
See the corporation's capital or central office was in Hong Kong, and they lost their freaking lease that they had with China, and China took over. So even though freaking it's not legal within China, they still have information to it because they have because see the Chinese government owns everything. So if they want
Do
to,
remember Hong Kong is in a bit of a, or has been since we Britain gave it back.
oh, you gave it back.
Yeah, it's been in what, 99?
Hmm
1999. Has
These are
been a
the
bit of
countries where
a
TikTok is banned or restricted.
okay.
Now, you hear that shit? Freaking, Mark Edworthy says we graciously gave it back. We didn't want it to
Well,
no
we
more.
gave it back at the end of our legal lease.
Yeah,
Gave what back?
Hong Kong.
Okay.
that's what
Yeah, back
happened.
in
You mean the
1999.
country you took over because of the opium they smuggled in there?
There's a
It wasn't.
wider argument. I think just to argue it's based on the import of opium is a very naive argument.
Well, opium
Did you
was a
just justify the opium wars?
no. Hold on a minute. No, it wasn't just because of the opium. Okay, now the thing of it is like freaking China doesn't, or at one time, whenever white people were traveling to the Middle East, they didn't like white people like mingling among their regular population, so they would set up ghettos for white people. They did that in Japan too.
I suggest, Mr. Robert, that you do a bit of research on the Boxers' Revolution and the Forbidden City during the 19th century.
They still don't like white people mingling among their population today.
I don't blame
It's
them.
actually a smart move.
I don't blame them. They
Japan
had to
is
deal with
more
England.
insular, but China has got an interesting, or I don't know, Japan and China has got an interesting histories as far as Europeans concerned. But I would argue that China is a bit more forthcoming when it comes to European influence. But this is a bit of a weird argument.
Yeah, but
And
it's
then needs
still
to be
pretty difficult
context.
to get a visa there and like just freely roam around. It's not
I
easy.
I've known people from a previous sort of education experience. I've known people who've had TEFL, teaching English in foreign language
Mm.
jobs in
Oh
China.
yeah, if you got a reason to be there, it's not too bad. Or if you're part of a tour group or something like that. I've got a friend who's married to a Chinese girl. He's living there now, but um, like from what this is knowledge from a few years ago, so I don't know if it's changed now. But you used to have like a citizenship card, and you get an allocated amount of like train rides and tickets you can use. And if you're not a citizen,
Probably,
it's very difficult
yeah,
to get on the trains and stuff like that.
probably even worse now because of the entire Sesame system concept.
Yeah,
But again,
and
we'd have to do
and
some
the
research
tracking
on
and
that one.
control grids and stuff
Yeah.
they've set up now.
Mm.
They all use these like facial recognition apps and stuff to like get around China now, don't they?
Mm.
I watched Karate Kid, the new version. That's about as close as I got to the whole system.
I've got a question.
Hold up, hold up.
What generation of warfare would like opium be considered as? Like using drugs in warfare?
This really relates back to biological usage. So
Similar, right?
yeah, yeah.
Because remember, like Bob Marley was assassinated with a bioweapon. Um, the CIA or whatever gave him a pair of shoes, and inside the shoe was like a little needle with weaponized bacteria on it, and it pricked his toe, and then he ended up dying from toe cancer.
Was the case in the 2000s in the UK related to the Russian businessman that was given anthrax? Not anthrax. I can't remember the actual details. But yeah,
Who
there was
was?
a maybe in the 2010s in relation to some
Oh, politicians, where they mailed it
no
to him.
business Russian business man, come Russian dissident
Oh,
in
okay.
UK.
I remember in the US they scared a few politicians by mailing them anthrax, and it's only the military really that produces anthrax, so
Well,
they weren't
technically,
voting
It
in the
was in
way that they
relation
wanted
to the old umbrella needle trick.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
anthrax was sent by a crazy scientist who worked for the United States.
Well, they blamed it on him. Whether or not that's true is yet to be determined. But
Well, I mean, it's according
I
to
wouldn't blame
popular
a disgruntled
beliefs.
employee, man. Like, that's the oldest trick in the book. I don't believe it,
According to
personally.
popular beliefs, it was him. But according to fringe paranormal investigation, psychological conspiracy theorists, yes, it's controversial. But the
By the
mainstream,
way, folks, you can join us on the Tinfoil Hat Club on Element if you want, and we can continue discussing these topics. We'll
see,
leave a link in
Good
the
plug.
description.
Good plug.
he every time he comes on, he is getting so much better at this. You see how he just threw it out there? It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
Just plug.
no, it's
Yeah,
good.
I'll employ you as my advertising person.
He did a good job. He did a good
That's
job. He put it out there. He's like, and by the way, we so, but yeah, the anthrax is actually a good topic. That's something that we should talk about too, because
Oh, isn't that how they got into the Iraq War, or which war is it that they went into because of the anthrax?
it,
And then later on, it was proven to be actual U.S. military grade anthrax.
well, that's what
That
I'm.
was no, that was just before 9/11. Remember? Just before 9/11 that happened.
It
Gaddafi,
was
wasn't it?
actually right after 9/11. 9/11 happened. Everybody was turning into war hawks. And then the anthrax
Yeah.
started happening. And then, if you remember, there was the Washington sniper. Okay, the Washington sniper was running around sniping people in public, and they couldn't figure out who it was. Come to find out, it was a guy and his son, or a younger guy, that was driving around and shooting people with a sniper rifle out the
Yeah, I
top.
Yeah,
remember
that,
that. I remember
this,
that.
this
I
was
was
the
thinking
case
about
of
that the other
some
day.
lunatic.
So the
It was,
anthrax thing actually happened
Right.
before 9/11. October 2001, the United States experienced a series of anthrax attacks, making the first bioterrorism incident in the country since 1976. The attacks began with the identification of the first inhalational anthrax case in the media company working a media company worker in Florida. Subsequently, a total of 22 cases of anthrax were identified from October 4th to November 20th, 2001, including 11 inhalational and 11 cutaneous cases.
Wait a minute.
Five of
was anybody prosecuted for that?
It was,
Five were fatal. They did an investigation which involved extensive efforts by the FBI and the US Postal Inspection Service and law enforcement agencies, leading to the conclusion that the attacks were perpetuated by a lone individual. It's always a lone individual, Dr. Bruce Ivans, who committed suicide before the charges could be filed.
Okay.
How convenient! How convenient! A lone nut that just committed suicide before he could get
Are
prosecuted.
you suggesting there is no such thing as nutters?
I'm not suggesting anything, Mark. I'm just reading the facts. But it just seems
Yeah,
to highlight
you need to elaborate
that
more.
the
Yeah.
corrupt FBI would find this lone nut that just happens to be dead.
Yeah, precisely. You are spinning a narrative here.
Well, that's what a lot of people
Careful,
are saying.
careful.
See, that's what a lot of people are saying, and they've been saying that since that time. And if you look at the date on there, Mr. Robot, it was after 9/11 and before we went into Iraq. So,
Well, October 2001.
yeah, and then September 11th, 2001 is when we had
Don't mean 11/9. Sorry.
September
American and
September the
British.
11th is
Oh yeah. You're
so
totally right.
so it was like right directly after.
Yeah, you hardly even heard about it, eh? It was on the news for like a day.
Well, not here,
No,
man, not
it was
here.
really big news, actually, even in the UK.
I'll tell you what, people were terrified. They wouldn't even freaking answer their freaking mail, dude. Like, black people wouldn't even get their welfare checks, dude.
It was newsworthy for a couple of weeks at least.
They were
in the UK.
they were having problems with like black people freaking being concerned about it because most black people usually get their freaking support checks through the mail. or they did during that time because the internet wasn't really all that popular. You could get the internet, but not everybody had it. You know what I mean? So the majority of it came through the mail, and freaking that was what got me started with what's his name? Oh God, the dude that did he's the one that exposed Hillary Clinton and them for freaking that drug and the drug and guns trafficking that they were doing in Arkansas. What was his name?
Yeah, I seem to remember that
Robert
vaguely.
something Green or something like that. He's the guy that committed suicide because the CIA was harassing him. Webb.
Get this, guys. The FBI concluded that the anthrax used in the attacks originated from a flask in the laboratory of Bruce Edwards Evans, a scientist at the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases at where? Fort Detrick in Maryland. That's the one I was talking about earlier. That's where they like create all these bioweapons and stuff.
I thought I'd said it was from a guy who was a part of the government. I don't know.
Yeah, but not just the government, in their bioweapons research facility, one of their biggest.
Yep.
Right, this is where HIV came from and all this stuff. 2011 report by the National Academy of Sciences cast doubt on the FBI's conclusion. They found that it was this specific strain, Amos strain, that was insufficient evidence to identifiably link it to Irvin's laboratory. So
Remember,
something
something to remember is just because you've got one employee that's gone rogue, that doesn't mean that the state has officially or sanctioned the action.
Well, this is the same like military that released what was that disease on the people that bacteria that makes you crazy, syphilis. They sprayed syphilis on the population and stuff just to see what it would do. Oh, but we can't, just a lone nut. Who cares?
Okay, so
No, you can't represent one case with make a similarity with another case. You should treat each case as an individual, as individuals.
Yeah.
Okay,
and we should always believe what CNN tells us.
This is where we bring up freaking something that Mr. Edworthy mentioned, and it's called the Chemical Weapons Convention, which was signed in 1993. This is what replaced the outdated convention that I told you I could prove because you presented the evidence, Mr. Edworthy. It was you who
It wasn't actually. It wasn't replacing. It was expanding on.
it modernized it. It's what it did.
Yeah, but it wasn't replacing it per se.
Now, this was signed in 1993 and came into force in 1997, and it fits into the fourth generation of warfare. Now, this generation is characterized by the erosion of the traditional stance-centered model of warfare and rise of non-state actors and the use of asymmetrical strategies, which included terrorism, insurgency, and information warfare. Now, while the convention itself is a state-level treaty meant to eliminate an entire class of weapons globally, its relevance within fourth-generation warfare stems from how chemical weapons have increasingly been used by non-state actors and rogue regimes, often in irregular conflicts where traditional rules of engagement do not apply. The convention reflects the global community's attempt to maintain control over a world where warfare had began to blur the lines between soldiers and civilians, battlefields and cities, and legitimate armies and loosely organized militant groups. By the time this treaty was implemented, concerns over chemical weapons had shifted from state versus state use, which was the hallmark of earlier generations, to the fear that such weapons could fall into the hands of terrorist groups or be used in civil conflicts. Fourth generation warfare requires international frameworks like the Chemical Weapons Convention to respond to decentralized threats that are difficult to predict and control. The treaty represents both a legacy of earlier arms control efforts and an adaptation to a new type of global conflict where international norms are tested by non-traditional combatants. Operations endurance. Okay, now before I get into that one, I want to bring that up. That right there explains exactly what we were just having a conversation with, okay? They're talking about non-combatants. This was a crazy freaking doctor. Okay, no matter what his influence or his narrative was, who he was associated with, he was a non-combatant. You know what I mean? And if he was associated to a group, that would even fall into this category right here.
Which doctor are we talking about?
The one that did the anthrax.
The anthrax guy.
You know.
Uh-huh.
Now this just so happened to freaking go into play in 1993, which I believe was the time the first freaking attempt at the World Trade Center took place, wasn't it?
Can you say that again? I didn't hear.
The first World Trade Center attack occurred in 1993, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. But that was like a bomb or something like that, wasn't it?
Right. It was parked in the parking garage just underneath, and it did damage, but it didn't bring the buildings down. I find that interesting. Whenever I seen that, that kind of stuck in my head. But it didn't take force until 1997. That fits the fourth generation of warfare.
Did they pass any laws because of that?
Well, yeah, I don't know about national laws, U.S. national laws, but this relates
Another
to
lone nut, apparently, that did that.
You do get them. You do
A
get
van.
them, unfortunately.
Well, allegedly. When a van bomb was detonated below the North Tower in Manhattan using urea nitrate hydrogen gas enhanced device. Oh yeah, you're right. Your regular towel head from the caves can make those. Killed 10. Was intended to make the North Tower collapse to kill lots of people, but it didn't. Now, what was the... Yosef arrived illegally in the United States a few years before that from Pakistan. How did he get there illegally is what I want to know.
Well,
Porous borders. It's easy. We know it's easy. Look at what the history said.
He had a forged Swedish passport. So Pakistani came in with a Swedish passport. It makes perfect sense. Right. They found the bomb making instructions in his luggage, though, so that's what got him in the end.
You know what was the real secret to that bomb? It was nothing complicated either. He freaking had crap loads of freaking cow manure in barrels, and he put them in the back of the van.
Well, that's how you make TNT, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That compound that you're looking at, if you go and you put that on your...
urea nitrate.
Yeah.
Charged with aluminium, magnesium, and ferric oxide particles surrounding the explosive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would help it accelerate. It's smokeless fuse, which is pretty interesting. 3 tanks of bottled hydrogen that was also placed in circular configuration around the main charge. Wow, that's hectic. That's some like Fight Club shit there, right there. It's amazing.
Let's not mention the Fight Club, because I think that happened right around that same time period too.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, you're right.
yeah.
When did that movie come out?
It came out right around that time period. I'm not for sure exactly on what date it was, but
Let me see.
there was a lot of controversy over the Fight Club because of that shit.
Oh, okay, no. Fight Club came out in 1999, so it was a couple of years
Okay,
later,
okay,
6 years
yeah.
later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
still in the 90s.
freaking
Still the other end. Yeah.
now we get to the fun part. You guys want to hear about Operation Enduring Freedom?
The war on
Remember the
terror.
name?
Go.
The
Was
the
that George Bush?
yeah the
Yeah. Senior, junior, senior.
senior the
Yeah.
Operation
Senior.
Operation Enduring Freedom fits into the framework of fourth generation warfare, with elements also edging into fifth generation warfare. While it involved traditional military operations at the outset, such as airstrikes, troop deployment, the toppling of a state power in Afghanistan.
Roger. Pause there for 1 second.
Uh,
I just wanted to point something out before we move on to the next topic. In the course of the trial of this World Trade Center bombing, right? It
uh-huh.
was revealed that the FBI had an informant, a former Egyptian army officer, uh, Ahmed Salem, which claimed that the FBI was involved in building the bomb. He secretly recorded hundreds of hours of telephone conversations with his FBI handlers. Now, why do we never hear about that? Why do we only
There
hear about the
is,
lone nut? Can
there
you
is
explain
a
that to us, guys?
major issue in the US, and that's been for decades now, since at least the 40s, in relation to entrapment, which would be legal in
I don't
most
know,
European
man. When you're
countries.
building a bomb and sending them off to bomb a building, that's more than entrapment, in my
You're
opinion.
not sending him off. You are. Um, he's still doing the actions himself. He's still
They were
doing
involved in
the
building
action
the
of his
bomb,
own
dude.
willpower.
That is like pure
His
terrorist
own willpower.
activity. I can't believe you're justifying this.
He's not
No,
justifying
no.
it.
This is why I have an issue with the entire entrapment argument, and this is one thing I really find.
This is very interesting
Interface.
because see what it is these handlers are wanting to find out the freaking cells that are within these terrorist groups. So what they do is they turn around and they let a freaking guinea pig out into the freaking public to mingle with these guys so that he can like literally show the trail of where he goes to this guy and then this guy goes to this guy, so they start letting him do stuff like build bombs and everything.
Yeah, but like, build a
In
fake
Britain, it
bomb.
was
Why build a like
another.
highly sophisticated
All
hydrogen
right.
bomb that can take down a
Yeah,
freaking building?
in
Like these
Britain, this
terrorists
would be
would have never been
considered.
able to be capable of something like that, and then you go and put fuel on the
In
fire. It's
Britain, this
retarded.
would be considered something like conspiracy to aid and abet. Um, but in the US, these entrapment things are weird, and
I haven't
yeah,
done the
something
research,
else.
but I bet you any money that if you go look into the Oklahoma City bombing, you'll find out the feds were involved with that one too. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way that guy made that bomb. I'm telling you. Anyway, continue with what you were saying, Roger. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, since you did interrupt, I'm gonna go ahead and start the reading over so that we can get the whole thing. You horrible,
Okay,
horrible
Yeah.
people.
continue.
So the Operation Enduring Freedom fits into the framework of fourth generation warfare, with elements also edging into fifth generation warfare. While it involved traditional military operations at the outset, such as airstrikes, troop deployment, and the toppling of a state power in Afghanistan, it quickly evolved into a complex conflict involving non-state actors, insurgencies, asymmetric tactics, psychological operations, and information warfare. In fourth generation warfare, the lines between combatants and civilians are blurred, and non state actors, such as insurgent groups and terrorist organizations, play a central role. This was clearly the case in Afghanistan, where the U.S. and its allies faced a prolonged guerrilla style insurgency from groups like the Taliban and later elements of the Islamic State. These groups operated within civilian populations, used irregular tactics, and avoided direct confrontation with superior military forces. And this is what I was basically talking about when it came to that operation that happened in 9/11, or not 9/11, but the first bombing on the World Trade Center with him. See, these were cells. These terrorists, they don't operate as troops. They operate as guerrilla cells. They usually 3, maybe 4 people within a group, and they're barely ever in contact with one another. So one person has the duty, another person has the duty, and then the third person has the duty, and they never freaking do the other person's job.
Compartmentalized.
Yeah, they're compartmentalists.
Mm.
And that's what these agents would do. They would turn around and they would get one of them to go in, and they would freaking give them the materials for bombs, whatever they needed, and they would watch them and see which direction they went, because they wanted to pinpoint where the other members of this cell was. You know, and then it gets even more complex because each cell is separate from one another. So you have 3 or 4 or 5 different cells working on different things, don't have any clue about the other cells. They barely know anything about the people that they're working with within their cells.
Now, see, from my perspective, that is like classic intelligence agency operation.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Modus operandi. That
arguably
kind of
this goes
thinking came originally out of secret societies, and eventually that got adopted by intelligence agencies, and then they started employing it in like.
Arguably, this goes back to the Cold War, where would have one handler with a load of espionage or spies, and the spies would not know each other. Would have no contact with each other. The only contact would be the handler. This was a tactic that was used by the Soviets and the West and the Allied.
Well, you take a,
Well,
you,
I mean, that's one of the clear signs that these terrorist groups were supported by intelligence agencies, in my opinion.
now
Anyway, continue.
you take a look at Afghanistan. All right, now if you really want to look at Afghanistan, Afghanistan defeated Russia, and the Soviet Union. The decline of the Soviet Union was a direct result of the amount of manpower that was put into fighting Afghanistan, and they had to withdraw.
Partially a direct result. I won't say it was the direct result.
It crippled
because
them. It
you
crippled
could
them.
talk about things like Polish striker and various other elements in this contract. You could talk about Gorbachev's actions. So yeah, I won't put it down to
It damaged him. It damaged him pretty good. And the thing about it is when you take a look at Bin Laden, the reason why that worked out so well against the Soviet Union and with Afghanistan was because Bin Laden and the Kurds and the groups like that were trained by the freaking U.S. to freaking be insurgents.
And England and Britain.
Well, we're the.
Britain as well.
I keep reminding you, we are the greatest nation on the planet. Okay, so
excuse me.
Let's not talk about those non-essential.
You might have had more influence since World War II, but that was only 70 odd years ago, 80 odd years ago. In the long-term picture, you've only influence in a very small amount of time.
Oh, you guys are great at messing things up. That's for sure.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
from
sure.
when it comes to the English, though, the English could never really establish that much of a stronghold when it comes to Afghanistan. And like with France, they,
Two incursions, and if you account for the war on terror, three incursions.
I believe the Soviets ran you guys out on on your on your.
Soviet era as well, 19th century as well.
Now, I believe when it comes to you guys in Afghanistan, though, that the Soviet
We've
Union,
had a long history,
like,
a long
well, they
history.
actually eventually chased you out on your butts, didn't they? Like, and
Arguably the same with the US.
Well-
The
well,
Allied
the United
nations.
States, United States moved in and actually gave them proper training, and they
Again, also
they
as a coalition, again, Britain and France.
he's like
We
he's holding on to it.
remember the US when it comes to foreign policy has been really, really questionable. Really questionable.
Well,
The CIA entered Russia before the Russians. Zbigniew Brzezinski said that.
yeah.
I'm not sure.
I don't know how to
that's
say his name.
true or not.
Zbigniew?
I'm not sure if that's true or not. I question that.
Well, that guy knew what he was talking about. He was
Again,
he was a Russian, wasn't he? And then he advised the US for like many presidencies.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I mean, it's you just let Mr. Edworthy continue with his nonsensical rhetoric.
My sensible comments have finished for the moment.
Okay, so I do want to make
I was trying to prevent him from digging a deeper hole, you know.
I do want to make a side note too, and this is that Operation Enduring Freedom also transitioned into a fifth generation warfare context as digital technology, surveillance, and media narratives, cyber operations, and cultural influence became key strategic tools. Now, fifth generation warfare focuses heavily on controlled perceptions, shaping ideological battles, using artificial intelligence and data analytics, and influencing political outcomes without open warfare. Now, propaganda, cyber capabilities, and psychological operations became increasingly prominent in the broader conflict, especially as social media and digital platforms were used to recruit, spread ideology, and sow confusion.
I'm not sure if I can agree with your context in relation to
Hey, Mark.
artificial intelligence.
Mark,
You would have to expand on that, actually. Yeah,
here's the evidence that Zbigniew Brzezinski went to the Mujahideen in the capacity of the CIA in the 1970s and basically promised him to fund him.
sorry, the Cold
Promised
War has
him.
been going on for another 30 years before that, or 20 years before that. This is late in the period.
Late in the game.
Or this
Is it?
mid-Cold War, isn't it, really? 1970s.
1979. Okay.
Yeah.
So
This is just before Gorbachev's
The Russians go.
influence.
so yeah, so Gorbachev had absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Yeah. This is before, just really before Gorbachev and the Perestroika sort of revolution, if you like.
Right.
Yeah, that was Enduring Freedom, where they funded the Mujahideen.
But yeah. again, this is the arts and minds thing. Cold War was all about small insurgencies, insurgent wars,
And then,
and
of course, here
US
is
and
Trump in Saudi Arabia with the prince and with the leader of Al Qaeda nowadays. Because he's our friend now, like first they destroy
well, we are
9/11.
looking at a different
Like,
time. We are looking at a different time.
yeah,
You cannot
they're moderate terrorists now.
Now, remember what I just said in the last part, though. It was used to recruit, spread ideology, and sow confusion. So this propaganda today isn't like it used to be earlier when I was discussing that. That's one aspect that you both seem to ignore. Like it's not a matter of trying to persuade you to come over to my ideology or the same with you with me, okay? It's to frickin' put out this frickin' propaganda no matter what it is for both sides so that it can sow confusion because
Hmm.
because that's what they want to do. They want to confuse you, and that's
It's
the
not just confusion; it's the Hegelian dialectic. It
I,
creates a problem, and then the people have a reaction to the problem, and then they present the
no, no,
solution,
no.
and it
See,
goes where they want it to
I'm
go.
hearing a lot of people throw this up all the time. All
yeah,
right,
nothing
and
about in this.
you gotta understand something about the Hegelian. Okay, now that's been around since forever. Okay, that's actually how things work. Okay,
Yeah,
period.
totally,
Okay, so
totally.
it basically has nothing to do with what's going on today. Look at the way
What do you mean?
politics is. Look at the way politics is, and the way people are freaking just so fired up and amped over everything. It's like politics.
Polarized,
Yeah, they're polarized. Everything is about. It's like freaking politics
but
on.
it's intentional. That's social
Exactly,
engineering.
No,
exactly.
They,
no.
They're
Just because you
go ahead.
oh my!
They're sowing confusion among the populace. Okay, they're throwing out.
plan for a certain of how it progresses doesn't necessarily mean that it will progress as far as your planning is concerned. Chance, luck, um, uh,
Lone nuts,
people's reactions are not always sort of calculatable.
It's getting pretty good now. They're getting pretty good with it nowadays, I would argue. But
If you turn around, and you keep throwing out all these ideologies, okay, and don't even worry about or don't even believe in them. You're just trying to spread confusion. You're going to get a lot of people that are pissed off at one another, and because of that, that's going to make
Yeah.
it to where you're able to freaking recruit people into your cause, okay,
yeah,
or have them follow in the narrative that you want them to because they're so
yeah.
messed up in the head that they don't even realize that they're being manipulated.
Or like, for example, you go and shoot up a bunch of people in like Port Arthur, for example, and then blame it on a crazy, blame it on a retarded kid, and then all of a sudden there's a big public outcry, and they take all the guns away
Uh,
as a result.
And they
Yeah,
blame it.
Or
but
And
a
they,
good example of this is again. I go back to the Iranian Revolution, 1979. The Western powers aided in removing the Shah of Iran, and expecting that the new powers, would aid and abet the Western powers. As soon as the Iman came into power that very day, he stated death to America.
right. Well,
So there was a a outcome that wasn't being prepared for.
But you need to understand the Shah, frickin' before he fled, stole every frickin' penny of the Iranian government
Yeah, this is really that
in
is
the
really
United
relevant to
States.
my point.
In the United
Yeah, but
States,
that's
who said
the
that they were gonna back frickin' these people, frickin' didn't back them. And
well, they did back the new regime, didn't they, in the beginning?
well,
And as soon as the new regime came into power, they well, yeah, everything went to shite.
yeah, it was because frickin' the frickin' economy was shot. This dude just ran off with all their
Oh
frickin'
no,
money.
it was more fundamental sort of theologic reasons, really,
Well,
theologic political
there
reasons.
had to have been a reason why they attacked our frickin' embassy. I mean, they didn't just one day frickin' hey, Americans are great, and then the next day frickin' they're doing a full out assault on the frickin' American
It,
embassy. You know,
well, the American embassy, when was that? That was back in 80. Sorry, I'm thinking of the
it was it,
UK British Iranian.
it was right after the revolution.
Yeah, but it wasn't the next day.
No, it wasn't the
Um,
next day.
the next day, as soon as the new powers came in, um, yeah, that sort of destroyed the entire American US narrative for the.
So
Now, isn't this starting to get into fifth generation warfare a bit more, like
now we're
funding proxies and stuff like that?
Now we have to talk about the war on terror. Now the war on terror primarily fits into the fourth generation of warfare, but is also significantly incorporated aspects of the fifth generation. Now the fourth generation warfare marks a transition away from traditional conflicts between nation states towards prolonged struggles involving non-state actors such as terrorist organizations, insurgents groups, and ideologically motivated networks. This is
Hmm.
what Mark was talking about. Now, during the war on terror, this was demonstrated through the global campaign against decentralized enemies like Al Qaeda, the Taliban, and later the Islamic State. Now, these groups often operated across national borders, utilizing guerrilla tactics, and embedded themselves within civilian populations to evade conventional military confrontation. And this would also be where military troops were starting to be trained in frickin' rural combat, where they're having to go
on
to house in the lines with their
on
gun.
a bit of a controversial point, this could be argued being the issue in the Israel and uh, Palestine counter war.
Right. And right here also is a good place for me to point out Jade Helm. Now, a lot of people don't like to talk about Jade Helm, but that was pretty scary and it implied a lot of shit. And to this day, I don't understand why people still don't talk about that.
Is a very, especially mainly in the US, is a very sort of iffy, controversial sort of topic,
They well,
sensitive topic. Yeah.
well, I mean, they're training military troops how to fight combat or fight in frickin' residential areas, like going from house to house with, each of them in a line and they're aiming their guns, frickin' looking, through doors step by step, inch by inch. That's how they train them. Well, they started finding out that frickin' not only were they doing this in their camps, but they were actually doing it in real world situations, and they had a plan set up to where if frickin' citizens of the United States was to uprise against the government, how would they freaking handle it? So they would go out and they would do these freaking training exercises with helicopters, troops, the whole 9 yards, and this was what they called Jade Helm. Okay, and to me that's kind of disturbing. I just think that's an eye opener right there. You know what I mean?
Well, it sort of goes back onto the American Constitution or the American ideals about militias and defending your right to what freedom, way of life sort of argument.
Hmm.
Uh,
I just want to point out here that a former member of France's military intelligence wrote an article about what is the meaning of Al Qaeda in Arabic. And he said Al Qaeda is not the name of a terrorist entity, but it's the base, namely the computer database of the Islamic Mujahideen under Reagan's freedom fighters recruited by the CIA. When Osama bin Laden was an American agent in Afghanistan, the Al Qaeda intranet was a good communication system through coded and covert messages. The truth is, there is no Islamic army or terrorist group called Al Qaeda, uh, and any informed intelligence officer knows this.
Actually, if I remember, the British prescribed terrorist list actually does name Al Qaeda as a organisation.
That was that
Yeah, that's what
changed?
they tell you, but that's not
That
the.
is on the official state UK state prescribed terrorism list.
Yeah, and that's how you know it's a lie. Because the
Oh,
government
please,
doesn't
please,
benefit
please,
from telling you the truth. These are
please,
psychological warfare
please,
operations, Mark,
please,
and
please,
you're
please,
falling for it.
please, please,
Ah,
please, please,
Come
please.
on.
You and your
If
conspiracy nutcase,
we're not in third
pink
generation
fluffy
warfare anymore, Mark. We're
this
up
unicorn
to
is
the fourth now. All
theories.
right.
this is the fourth
Yeah.
generation, like he said. Okay, and you okay
But
now.
unless you go back to the moon and start eating cheese again.
Now, Sabella Edmund, she brings a good point up when it comes to Operation Gladio, which was a freaking stay behind group that was left in Europe after World War II, and they were insurgents that were left behind so that they could make sure that freaking communism didn't spread in Europe.
Hmm.
Now later on, she claims that freaking they actually repurposed that freaking group and they named it Gladio B, which was when they started utilizing people from the Middle East within these terrorist groups so that they could freaking they could use propaganda and freaking be able to sway them in the direction that they needed to go in order for United States to and European freaking uh, narratives to freaking play out. You know what I mean? So,
Mm-hmm.
so instead of them actually doing something that freaking was, you know, down with the United States, they were actually freaking doing it for the United States. And some of them weren't even aware they were doing it for the United States. They just did it, you know. I kind of get into what she's saying there because that brings you into topics that involve Israel and freaking Turkey working together. And when you start talking about that coalition, you start talking about Azerbaijan and how the freaking Pakistani bomb was created, where parts were being smuggled out of freaking Israel and freaking Turkey through Azerbaijan to Pakistan. You know, that's something else. And they tried to make it out like, oh, we did send the information, or we did send the stuff, but it was all defunct and it didn't work the first time and shit.
So the Israelis did that on purpose,
For
or?
for the United States,
Oh, okay.
it,
I
they
don't know much about that.
they have front groups and or they have front organizations and front groups that freaking they set up to where they can use or they could proliferate weapons, nuclear.
I don't see the benefit of proliferating nukes though. Like, like once one of those goes off, there's not much else to be fought after that.
I just
I on this point, I just have to make comment. I think last week you mentioned in one of our chat sessions that nuclear warfare is a you used, I think, outdated or obsolete technology concepts, and I
Yeah.
looked at that and I sort of pissed myself with
Well,
laughter
it's
because,
not hundred
yeah,
percent obsolete. Like that's the current, um, you know, mainstay deterrent weapon. But what I was anyway, we'll get to that later. We'll get to
anyway, yeah. So, yeah, going on the tangent a bit. Carry on and say, Roger.
So the struggle was as much about winning public support and influencing belief systems as it was about eliminating physical threats. Now, as the conflict evolved, it began to reflect characteristics associated with fifth generation warfare. Now, this generation is defined by the use of advanced technology, cyber capabilities, and sophisticated information control mechanisms. The war on terror saw the increasing use of cyber warfare, global surveillance systems, predictive algorithms, and drone strikes directed by remote targeting technologies. The battlefield extended into digital platforms where control of information, influence over social narratives, and disruption of enemy communications became critical components. And that
Yep.
that right there is the last of the fourth generation. So with me on this, like the drone strikes, you start seeing like these drone strikes now, and everybody's making it out like it's something that's just been going on. Did you realize how long these drone strikes have been taking place? Like Obama,
Obama loved them.
yeah, Obama killed more people with drones than freaking any other person has killed freaking
He
with
still got
weapons.
the what was that award he got? The Peace Award or something like
Yeah,
that.
he ended up getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and he's freaking
Yeah, the
he
old
And
1984
that was
concept of war is peace and peace is war. Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
well, you could argue that that is part of the psychological operation because if you paint him as a you know major peace advocate and then like secretly he goes does these bombings, people are less likely to believe it or even look into it. You know?
And plus, take a look at global surveillance systems. Okay, now right there, Snowden. Okay, bam, straight up. That's what that was all about. That's why he exposed was a global surveillance system.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
now
whole doctrine of fifth generation warfare is a conflict can be won without a single bullet being fired. And or that even most of the population is aware that the war is taking place. And like before Snowden, no one even knew really about this global surveillance system and how it works and like what's involved and how pervasive it is. You know, and the public just let all this infrastructure being built without even knowing about it.
the
And
old
now,
concept of the secret war. Yeah,
but yeah, I've got a list here of some of the things that are involved, like misinformation, deep fakes, cyber attacks and honeypots, social engineering, media manipulation, mass surveillance, even open source intelligence now, cryptographic backdoors, electronic warfare, uh,
it's
quantum
interesting you
computers even
use
maybe is
the
like the latest kind of stuff.
now you're getting
it's,
into the
it's
bread and
interesting
butter.
that you use the term open source because yeah, I look at open source from a licensing sort of point of view, and your usage of that term, it seems a bit peculiar,
Which
seems a
term?
bit bizarre.
Open source.
Open source,
He gets real
yeah,
bowdy about it. Like when you start talking about open source in a negative
yeah.
aspect,
No,
Mister.
no, you using that in a different.
Mark Edworthy gets bowdy,
In this
dude.
context, it means
He'll,
publicly available.
he'll come up off
Basically.
his chair and start whooping some ass, dude. You better watch it because
I actually love open source intelligence.
he
It's
gets.
like one of the funnest things to do on the internet.
I'm just warning you, dude. I'm just warning you, Mr. Edwards. He gets all bowdy for freaking open source. You see here the main things he says to me when I talk bad about open source. Well,
It's
both
probably
of you.
because he's probably a fifth generation operative. That's
The
why.
content.
You both talk shit to me, dude. Every time
Are you MI6?
I keep forgetting that. It's like I'm like I forgot you're also the one who badmouths me when I start badmouthing open source and stuff. So
No, I love
Depends,
open source. Don't get me wrong.
no,
depends
when
on context.
I talk,
Yeah,
Depends
yeah.
on context.
Oh, I will defend it. Yeah. For
like
sure.
you
I think it's great.
talk horrible too.
You talk way too much smack about it.
Yeah,
You know?
no.
Meanwhile,
I
you're the one using all this global surveillance system software like Microsoft and all that,
Uh-huh.
letting them take screenshots of all your pictures and whatnot.
So now we come to what the real battlefield is when it comes to fifth generation, or what the most important part is. That battlefield that goes into the digital platforms where they control information, influence, they hold influence over social narratives, and then they just,
Data-driven insights, mass collection of
you know,
data, using AI to go through it all.
using database. I won't call it AI. It's just a database query. At the
well,
end of the day,
hold
it's
up.
not artificial intelligence. If
Yeah.
you want to make
Mark,
that argument,
for the
then we've
record,
been
Mark
using
doesn't think
artificial
AI
intelligence
exists.
since 1950s.
Now it
And I
doesn't
think that
really, it really doesn't have to be that complicated either. Like digital platforms, okay? Let's take a look at the censorship that's going on Facebook, YouTube, freaking even on X. It's
Oh yeah.
okay. Now tell me that that's not exactly a form of what they're talking about, where they're saying, you know,
Well, that's what's considered
control,
open source intelligence
cent-
mostly. The closed
censorship,
source intelligence comes from the backdoors in your phones, the backdoors in your laptop
control of
software.
information, control of
Yeah,
information. Okay,
government agencies that just pass the data on to intelligence, all that.
control.
Even nowadays, they have sensors everywhere. Sensors in your car, in your TV, like you
Yeah,
know.
but I remind you of things of certain data protection rules, such as the European GDPR, um,
I'm sure they're gonna obey those laws.
and your agreement to these
See
things.
these
You
agreements.
agree to use platforms that have terms of service agreements or contractual agreements that
Yeah, but
allow
no one
them
reads those,
to
Mark.
provide.
No one reads
Well, I
those.
mean, these terms of agreements actually is exactly what the problem is when it comes to these people freaking controlling information and influencing social narratives. You see what I mean? That's not really helping the argument on them. Like
It is really a consumer issue. It's really
they've
the
been
issue of
exploited.
people not understanding what they're signing up to,
They
what registering
Well,
to.
see, they've been exploited so that they can influence social narratives and control the information that's being sold. You know what I'm saying? And then like disrupting the enemy's communication. But okay, now if they freaking don't agree with the information that you're putting on their platform, what do? They freaking block you, kick you off. You know,
Hmm.
Again, like any contract, if you violate the contract, then there is
Yeah, but they keep
remedies.
changing
I
the
never, I
the bar
never.
post. They keep changing the contract.
Any substantial change in Europe, especially any substantial change of the contract, then the user needs to be informed,
Well, I believe
and
Yeah, but
Europe.
here's the
therefore
thing,
it
Mark.
is
They
for
have
the
these terms of
user.
services that are like 1,000 pages long, and they hide these little clauses somewhere deep in that
Under
bunch of
European
documents.
European legislation, um, um, all terms have to be put in a way that is understandable by the average user.
Yeah. Well,
We don't.
there's a lot of instances though where they didn't obey the laws and they did unethical stuff. Like, for example, the first one I heard of was Facebook did tests on people by feeding them certain types of information just to see what their emotional reactions would be, and they called it a study back then, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure
But
about
actually, that information was then later on used by psychological operations in military kind of areas and stuff like that. And there was another
Again,
case where Google actually turned on.
be careful of the usage unlawful, because I would argue that is not unlawful.
Well,
No, I said unethical, but
You said unlawful.
but
but
Google turned on all the microphones on its phones one time around the world and captured everyone's voices, and that's how they were able to train AI on voice recognition. That's why their voice recognition software became so good.
I'm not sure around the entire world, and I've seen sort of conflicting information on that, but
well, I mean, I
Um,
actually did a huge piece on Tech Talk, which Mark Edworthy and Tanhai Tran hated, but it pointed out the fact that voice recognition was big when it came to AI, and the thing that gets me when it comes to this voice recognition and things, you take a look at the CPUs that are being replaced with MPUs, and then you start talking. Hold up. You start talking about
The
these
CPUs
you start talking about these experiments that are being taken that are taking place on Facebook. These mind
the
thoughts.
CPUs are not being replaced with NPUs. NPUs are a additional piece of hardware. It's a additional component.
For AI,
They've got different
yeah,
purpose.
they
So,
still
yeah.
serve as a
But it's
better.
not
they're sneaking him in
a
now for sure.
replacement.
Okay, now what they're doing is they're actually freaking doing the process of what the human uh, neurological freaking what do they call it, neurological system does.
Neural nets.
Yeah, neural network inside of your brain.
Slightly different.
It's literally doing that, okay? And they had to have gotten this information somewhere to figure out how the freaking neural networks within the brain works, okay? And this is what I'm talking about. They're actually pulling that up to do voice recognition, facial recognition, all this cool stuff that freaking you're doing on the internet, like coming up with freaking these.
Again, I'm not sure if I would class that as artificial intelligence, because again, that is just database queries. It might be an advanced form of database queries, but it's still a database query.
And they're using that database inquiries to freaking create a system that can freaking duplicate the human mind or act like the human mind.
Do you remember? It was Nancy a couple of weeks ago that published that or gave us some information, and I added to it in relation to the biological of the machine that uses biological matter.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that. I remember that. So we're at 3.5 hours. You guys want to take another quick break?
I'm easy either way, but yeah, I wouldn't mind making a coffee.
Okay.
I've just put myself this in, and so.
And then we'll come back here and we will get more into the fifth generation, because I think it's going to get more interesting from this point on. This is where we're going to start talking about the real stuff in it. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I think
the crazy stuff.
the crazy stuff.
Call it a end at probably the 4th hour, because
Yeah,
we don't make this too long.
Yeah, we'll be done here before long. So there ain't really that much to go over when it comes to the fifth generation.
Okay,
the
okay.
fifth and on.
Yeah, if we're going to go all the way up to Mr. Robot's theoretical 10th generation, then
Yeah, yeah.
we could be here forever.
It's not theoretical anymore, Mark. It used to be.
We're just
But,
trying to keep you happy.
Well,
Trying to keep you happy. So
you invited me here under the premise of a conspiracy talk, so
right. So
we gotta push it.
we
higher
gotta
than
go.
it will go.
We gotta go, man. So mute out
Uh-huh.
and I'll put the music on and you guys can go get what you're doing. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wednesday nights calling, static on the air, whispers in the shadows, stories that we share, voices on the airwaves, secrets to unfold, listeners all gather, mysteries untold, Cafe Enigma, where the strange come alive. Tune into the unknown, feel the thrill in the vibe. Ghosts in the hallway, aliens on the line, discussions on a wavelength, beyond space and time. Hear the tales of the cryptic, otherworldly sight. In the cafe of Enigma, we talk through the night. People seek answers to the questions they hide at the all-new Cafe Enigma, where the truth can't abide.
Aliens on Mars, yeah, coming from stars, yeah. I saw the land, where they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they look at slick, ways to advance, yeah. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Car line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew us out route. You on the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro. What the fuck up? Me and the cosmic train. Me and you on the cosmic train. Aliens on Mars, yeah, coming from stars, yeah. I saw the land, where they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they look at slick, ways to advance, yeah. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Car line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew us out route. You on the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro. What the fuck up? Me and the cosmic train. Me and you on the cosmic train. We're cruising through the Milky Way. Ain't no stopping us. Alien encounters, we don't know what does it do. Interstellar vibes. War speed, no fuss. The cosmic radio kings adjust the helm. Spaceships zooming, war trails glow. Cosmic beat bumping everywhere we go. From Mars to Jupiter, galaxy on lock. Baby sending signals, but we ain't shook no shot. Ray guns blazing, spacesuits tight. Aliens far flexing, yeah, they own the night. Aliens on Mars, yeah, coming from stars, yeah. I saw the land, where they on this planet, yeah. They got suits and they look at slick, ways to advance, yeah. They always talking in a language we don't understand. There's no spaceship in no way. Car line, let's race to the end. Laser guns, blew us out route. You on the floor, scrambling like. Nah, bro. What the fuck up? Me and the cosmic train. Me hear you in the cosmic ray. In the cosmic battles, we moving fast. Aliens got rhythm, gonna make it last. On red dust, we ride or die. Me and my crew shooting for the sky. They walk with swagger, gravity don't faze them. Lights flashing bright, can't help but amazing. Throwing signals, digital rays. In the Martian light, we set ablaze.
In the shadows, hear the call. Echoes rise and then they fall. Whisper chants in the night, guides through the fading light. Praise Lord, our frenetic beat, but it finds we're finally free. In the smoke, find no release. Praise Lord, that our souls will be. From the bells to dust we tread, that's the realms of living dead. Rituals in the ancient gleam, lighted fade, a silent stream. Bread is what our chosen breed, sacred flames our fears relieve. In the shadows our vows grow deep, bread is what our eternally we keep. In the circle, hands entwined, spirits merge beyond the line. Sacred symbols cast below, in the fire's demonic glow. Chanting him to call his name, lost in ecstasy and flame. Destiny's thread intertwined, as we worship the divine.
Woke up in the morning light. Question marks from the sky they write, searching far and wide for signs in the lines in the shadows of the night. The stars speaking cryptic tones through the silence of the unknown. In fields where the whispers roam, we wait for what we've always known. Out beyond the forest say, oh, soft light lands, strange lights hover around like a pledge. In the cool you kiss meadows, they lay drawing closer as night greets day. Stars speak in cryptic tones, to the silence truth is shown. In fields where the whispers roam, we wait for what we've always known. Deep within the restless dream, waking tone, echoes lost in cosmic strings. Unseen hands, they touch the soul, hey, in the dance that's ages old. The stars speak in cryptic tones, through the silence truths are shown. In fields where the whispers roam, we wait for what we've always known. Underneath the midnight shade, we're afraid. Silent figures move, no weight. Silver vessels floating high, drawing near as we ask why. The stars speak in cryptic tones, through the silence we are known. In fields where the whispers roll, we fear what we've always known. Feel the cold as they draw near, crippling fear. Questions rise but answers blur. In the light we're paralyzed, bound by more than we infer. The stars speak in cryptic tones, through the silence flesh and bone. In fields the whispers roam, we face what we've always known.
search of a sign, found mysteries above and questions in line. A light from the sky spoke through my soul, and I'm here embracing the unknown. A tale untold, sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand. I wonderland, here it goes in my fate, now fast in the fiction I undergone. I rose above, the ground fell away to a world of stars I can't convey. A tale untold, the sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand. Banjo strings echo, tales too bizarre. In a craft of light I travel far. Mysteries unravel one by one in cosmic dance under the sun. A tale untold, the sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand. The land, in search of a sign, found mysteries above and questions in line. A light from the sky spoke through my soul, and I'm here embracing the unknown. A tale untold, sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand. I wonderland, here it goes in my fate, now fast in the fiction I've undergone. I rose above, the ground fell away to a world of stars I can't convey. A tale untold, the sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand. Banjo strings echo, tales too bizarre. In a craft of light I travel far. Mysteries unravel one by one in cosmic dance under the sun. A tale untold, the sky so bright, the depths of space I found the light. Answers came, and here I am, with open arms I'll understand.
that you were free to feast.
All right, I am back. Mr. Robot's here, Mark Edworthy's here, and I am
Just a
here.
sec. Just a sec.
See, that's what happens when you sign out because you don't like music.
No, I didn't. I was actually listening to it back when I just reduced the volume by
We
15,
we saw
20%.
you, we saw you disappear. We saw you
Yeah,
dip.
no, I just switched on my camera because I was doing other things. I just didn't want my.
All right.
Hey, I'm just joining the channel again from another browser. Can you let me in again? Because I want to see if I can share these videos in my browser.
You are in. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're in. What the hell?
Do you see another version of me coming in?
No. You are in.
Okay, wait. Here we go.
No, you're good. No, hey, you don't have to be approved
Yeah,
to come
don't
in.
worry about it.
I switched that around from the first time. I actually forgot to do that, turn that off when you came in. So you don't need to be approved. So there you
Oh,
go. You're good to go.
well.
Now you have to unmute.
Yeah.
So while he's on
Silence is quiet.
while,
Sorry, silence is golden.
so while he's figuring out how to unmute on that new browser.
Okay, I'm good now.
Okay. Okay,
Uh,
so we're back.
I'm,
We're back and we're ready to go into the fifth generation of warfare. Now, before we get started, I'm gonna read this out, and I think the first thing we need to get into is something that you both are interested in, and I'm gonna go into my reading on that because I do find it very controversial, but I want to put my part in before I hand it off to you because I know both of you are going to go freaking ape shit with this. So let me do
Maybe.
my short paragraph on the fifth generation of warfare and then get into the topic that I think we need to talk about first because I think it's the most important part. Now, the fifth generation of warfare is considered more abstract and involves the use of advanced technologies such as cyber operations, artificial intelligence, social media manipulation, and cognitive warfare. It operates in domains that affect perception, beliefs, and behavior more than physical control. Now, actors in this type of warfare may not be governments or military forces, but can include corporations, anonymous groups, or individuals using network tools. The aim is to disrupt, deceive, or demoralize rather than engage in direct physical confrontation. It is often invisible and persistent, targeting both infrastructure and public consciousness. Now, with that being said, I want to talk about quantum cellular automata based nano routine circuit designs for nano communication networks. Now that fits mostly and it's appropriately fits with the fifth generation of warfare, in my opinion. I think that that's exactly where it goes. Now,
I
I know
would
you,
say that's sixth, maybe.
I know that you go into the more big ones, but and
Okay, well, let's go. Let's roll with it.
and I also want to say that it even points towards the emerging contours of the sixth generation. All right, but it does fit more in with the fifth generation of warfare, but it goes more. It kind of blends into what the sixth generation would be as warfare, you know, because of how it's going to eventually evolve.
Well, yeah, totally. I agree. I
Potentially
would
evolve.
actually argue that it's an evolution of the fifth. I would even call it the seventh because the sixth, according to my research, is like defined as like more technological,
Well,
digital capabilities, UA.
it's going to evolve beyond traditional kinetic operations.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Okay,
let's
now
talk about it.
kinetic operations is the key word. It's going to evolve beyond the traditional kinetic operations into complex, high technological and abstract domains. You know what I mean? It's not
Mm-hmm.
it's not going to be traditional
Well,
whatsoever.
Again, I would
most,
just
most
caveat all of this with the word potential. See who knows what
No,
will
what are you
happen.
talking about?
You are making a hypothesis, sir.
Anyways, but I would argue that most conflicts would, because it's more efficient, right, to like have a non-kinetic war than a kinetic war. So I would say, like, as war evolves more and more, you'll see less and less of it. So yeah, okay.
Question for you. Let's say, in this case, all of these plants, all of these factories that are creating these things are destroyed. You're going
If what is
to
destroyed, sorry?
soon all of these facilities are being destroyed. Um, you, sooner or later, you're going to go revert back to.
okay, so maybe I need to go further with that so that we can get into that.
Have you seen this? Have you guys seen this video before?
Uh,
KGB agent Yuri
Yeah,
Boris.
yeah.
this is a bit of a
I
tangent. Yeah,
actually
Yeah.
studied. I actually studied what he had to say.
Yeah.
actually, I did. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
being interviewed by Edward Griffin, and he basically goes on to talk about the psychological operations that Russia developed and is employing and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And you listen to him, and you're like, "What the hell? This is exactly what's going on right now."
Yeah.
Yeah. I
It's
suggest that we try and stay on topic.
Now,
this is the topic.
this
Well,
actually
maybe it's
does
on
this
tangent.
this does fit into a lot of it, but I don't think at the time when he was talking because he's passed away now. He moved to Canada and died from alcoholism. So
Yeah, right. That's what
and
happens when you know too much.
well, the
Jake.
thing was the thing was is he gave out his information, which was solid, good information, and nobody freaking cared about it. And see, this is kind of why I say when I talk to you guys, especially you, Mr. Robot, about making what you say as like this huge cause, okay? Make it to where you're passing information on, okay? But don't try to freaking put your entire life as the cause for freaking this, you know what I mean? Because all you're going to do is you're going to find a future of letdowns and frustration. Now, if you focus your mind on thinking as you have to spread information to people and
Yeah.
and don't worry about freaking how many people believe you or don't believe you, the fact that you
Yeah.
actually spread your information to other people, that's
Mhm.
satisfying. But if you make a big cause out of something and try to push something, you're going to end up being like he was. He became
Yeah.
depressed. He freaking fell into depression real bad, got into drinking, and he eventually drank himself to death because of it.
There is a
Well, you'll be
difference.
happy to know I've given up drinking. I don't drink anymore.
Good.
There is a difference
Good.
But
between. There is a difference between providing information and being dogmatic to a sort of point where you're sort of almost in a religious like crusade.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking
it
about.
got to me a while back, but now I see it as focus more on the journey than the destination, and just like appreciate the ability to be even able to do these things,
Right.
and yeah, planting seeds, and I just see it all as like a spiritual journey, and you do the best you can when you can.
It's great
From
because
little acorns to making oak trees grow.
I mean, being honest, man, you've got a lot of damn good information. Okay, all I'm saying is don't become a martyr like Yuri was. Yuri freaking he had it set up in his mind that when he came to the United States, he was going to freaking make changes. You know what I mean?
Mm,
And when he found out that people were freaking just as disinterested here in the United States as what they were in Europe, he just
But look now, his message lives on,
right,
and like it's more relevant than ever right now. I highly recommend people go check out that video. I won't play it now, but it's like
right.
13 minutes long.
He
But
had good solid
Arguably,
information.
people like Ant-Man suffered from the same issue. Yeah, arguably, people like Ant-Man suffered from the same sort of
and once you
same.
understand that video, you see it being employed, that mechanism, all throughout the world. Wherever like communist, socialist movements pop up, it's the same program that just gets like rebooted.
Extreme socialism. Again, socialism, there is a broad spectrum there.
Yeah, yeah, but that's what he referred to it as. But
Yeah.
yeah, I would say
Now,
communist.
now the fifth generation warfare is characterized by its emphasis on information dominance, psychological manipulation, cyber and digital technologies, and the fusion of civic and military or civil and military spheres. In this context, quantum cellular automat,
Automatons.
automata, and
Automata.
automata and nano communication networks represents cutting-edge tools in the pursuit of strategic advantages that do not rely on conventional military confrontation. These technologies offer the potential for highly miniaturized, secure, and efficient data transfer systems capable of operating at the molecular or atomic level, an idea fit for surveillance, data gathering, targeting delivery of digital payloads, and potentially in biological environments. Go.
This is a point where I disagree, and going back to our discussion earlier in chat,
So
as a
shut up
as
for a
a
second, Mark. You
whoa,
have
whoa,
done
whoa,
no
whoa,
research
whoa,
on
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa,
topic. Your opinion is
well,
null and void. All right.
yeah, I'm
So
sorry. In that case,
just
your
listen.
opinion
Hold
is
Just
on, hold
listen,
on.
and you might learn something. All right.
no.
Let me say something
Before you,
quickly.
Hold
Let
up,
me say
okay.
something
hold
quickly,
up.
Mark.
One of you.
Mark. When I was in medical school, we had a guy from the Department of Defense. This was 20 years ago, mind you. We had a guy from the Department of Defense come over, and he explained to us how they were doing research into the specific types of nanotechnology where they can produce membrane proteins that can embed themselves into the membranes of cells, and they can program them to pump specific types of chemicals in and out of cells, and they could literally like switch these things on and off and they marketed it as like drug delivery systems, which is now mainly being marketed as in the literature and the companies and stuff. But it's also theoretically the same technology could be used to pump toxins or bioweapons or anything like that into and out of whatever specific types of cells you want. So like if you want to kill a certain, like a person's kidneys or a person's brain, or you could like engineer these things specifically to target specific tissues with specific
Okay.
drugs. Yeah,
Okay.
it's
I
crazy.
agree. The you can. I granted you can create logic gates that are nanometers in size, but a logic gate needs a package processing unit to surround it, and I demonstrated earlier the smallest commercial processing unit at this present moment is still what 4 or 5 millimeters in diameter
Yeah, but
with
look,
a something like a
technology
zero point
doesn't
0.5
necessarily refer
millimeter
to processing
millimeter.
units.
Or how are you going to you can't have single logic gates without having a package. It's enclosed in a package.
we're not necessarily talking about processes. Technology
Yeah,
can be like
a
all
logic
sorts
gate,
of different
it's
things.
just a part of a processor, is it
No,
not?
no, no, no. Technology could just be a transceiver, for example, or it could just be a device that passively, gets activated by certain frequencies, or it could be something that just passes on information. It doesn't necessarily have to process
Yes,
data.
will be.
That's a computer.
It's still a logic gate, but it still needs to be enclosed in a package.
But
And
that
this,
Well,
and you are not going to get
you're
unless you're going to have one logic gate.
let me let
no
me
one
let
said
me let
logic gate.
me let me
Everyone
re-
that's saying
hold on. Let me reread this so you guys understand that he's talking about a package gate, but this is targeted delivery, okay, of digital payloads and
Which are
potentially
digital payloads. It's just another
it's a targeted
main board
delivery.
package. Is
It's a
not.
targeted delivery though. It's not freaking a package. The package would be the payload. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, precisely. So the payload.
Right.
here is a pretty good definition. Nanotechnology is the miniaturization
Oh,
uh, of functioning mechanical, chemical, and biological components. Less obvious is the fact that nanometer sized objects also possess remarkable self ordering and self assembly behaviors under the control forces quite different from macro objects.
again, you
You're freezing up. So
demonstrated all research paper is solely a research paper. It is not. It does not prove the actual real world application.
Oh,
It's
you've
just
totally lost me
only
there,
a
Mark.
research paper.
now,
It's literally in a medical journal saying nanotechnology and medicine
right now,
Irrelevant.
potentially.
It's still a research paper.
from 20 years ago, mind you.
It's
Now,
still a research paper.
now,
Yeah, explaining how they're using these things.
now,
No, it explain. It's
now, understand too when it talks about this target delivery of digital payloads, it also says potentially in biological environments. Now,
precisely.
this doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be used in biological environments either. This could actually be used for other freaking things besides the human body. Now, I've actually heard that this kind of technology is being used with cancer patients as well. I've actually posted a link to you before on Nancy's show, Mark, where it shows that. And for me, I have no doubt in my mind that they're capable of doing this, to be honest with you. But for me,
Uh,
it's more of a
yeah,
scientific thing than it has to do with anything. Um,
I still
anything.
consider it to be a theoretical process rather than an
to
actual
anyone listening out there,
physical.
just know that
I
Mark has extreme cognitive dissonance on this topic. All right, he's basically like
please,
a religious fanatic when it comes to
oh,
nanotechnology.
please, you have not shown me any evidence, and I've asked you multiple times to provide
I
evidence of
have, Mark. You
real
just refuse
world
to listen,
products.
read it. There's not much I can
No,
do,
you've
mate.
only given me theoretical abstracts from
It
research
literally,
papers.
like, can you see my screen? Right here
Yeah,
it says
with a research
applications of
paper. Do
nanotechnology
you
in the
not
medical field.
understand what a research paper is?
No, no, no. This is a review paper. This is the stuff that exists currently.
You know,
All
Oh,
right.
what product? Where's product?
Here,
Show me product. APS
we've got
copiers.
novel diagnostic instruments, imagery, methodologies, targeted medical products, pharmaceutical products,
Such as,
biomedical
such as,
implants, and tissue
such as,
engineering. All these things.
such
now,
as. Give me a single
targeted
product.
medical products is what you need. That's what would go along with what we're talking about right here. Targeted medical products,
Yeah, that's right.
and
I mean,
Again,
that's probably the stuff they
related
use
to
in
these
cancer patients.
products.
Okay, now, with that being said, that's what you have to look into, because are they delivering the payload, or are they just they're they're potentially able to deliver payload on a biological level, you know? Um,
such as a needle. The needle isn't the actual um, vaccine, or isn't the actual medicine. The needle is just the transportation method
Now, while
or
he's
delivery method.
while he's looking it up, I'm gonna go on with this. Nanoscale communication and computational systems, especially those incorporating quantum principles, may be deployed in intelligence gathering, monitor human physiology, or interfacing with artificial intelligence in real-time decision-making processes. These applications exemplify warfare strategies that prioritize control, prediction, and subtle influence over direct force. As the military begins to integrate biotechnology, synthetic biology, brain machine interfaces, and quantum computing into their frameworks, the emergence of what some theorists might eventually classify as sixth generation warfare becomes apparent, where conflict is less visible, often preemptive, and deeply embedded in both technological ecosystems and the human mind. So, I've
On
heard,
the point of quantum technologies, I actually publish a post every year around July time on mine in relation to um, um, the company, what companies are developing and what companies are producing, and this is still an early stage.
Sounds like
I've
propaganda to
been
me.
that's
I've
what
been
it sounds.
publishing material for the last 3 years now, 4 years now, maybe.
Look here, these are actual liquid lipid nanoparticles with a drug inside of them, so they can carry it to a specific tissue before they release it. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm not saying that those obviously
That's not theoretical,
they're
though. You
liquid
can see it
mechanisms,
with
but
your
they
own eyes.
aren't
That's a
really
scanning
what
electron
you are
microscope.
describing as
Sort of,
nanotechnology.
Right.
yeah. And here you can see it's on the micrometer scale.
Again, you're not. That is not what you are describing as nanotechnology.
Well, there's, like I said, it's a vast field. There's a lot of different areas to it. I just wanted to show that it is a medical field,
Conflating one.
but
I
it's
think you're attempting to conflate one aspect with another aspect.
not really. It's all part of the
I think
same
you are
field of
really.
nanotechnology. What we're going to get into is self-assembling nanoparticles, nanorobots, and like warfare
Yeah,
applications.
precisely. You're saying those transportation methods it's the same thing as
Well, assassination, what he's talking about would actually work if it could be done. But also, like, you could introduce this into the human body, and you could also freaking have it to where it's actually listening into conversations. Okay, you could have it to where it's actually right there inside of the person's body, and he's nothing more than a freaking device that's being used to freaking listen in on a conversation that he's having with somebody else.
That's right, and also like
again,
gathering data about
we're
his
talking about
state.
packages, and as I have demonstrated already, those sort of packages, there is no such thing as a nanometer package when it comes to this sort of thing.
Well,
Mark, you've done so little research in this field, though. You're
I
stating your
believe
claims.
again. I believe you are conflating one thing with another.
now they're specifically calling it nanoscale communications and computational systems. Okay, which means that if they named it nanoscale communication and computational systems, that especially computational systems, It pretty much means they're real. Okay.
So yeah, just because you name something, I can call this page a
Dude,
Backy.
science is more
Maybest
methodical.
doesn't mean that it's
You
Maybest.
know how you know how methodical science is. Okay. We
And I also know what mythological propagandists are
you know it's and it
can be.
now this stuff isn't something that some computer programmer in a freaking corporation's coming up with. Okay, these are scientists that are freaking into computer science. Don't get me wrong, but they're scientists. You know what
If
I
a
mean?
medical, if, if it's being used in a public arena such as
Now, quantum principle.
um, there has to be public available data for this sort of stuff.
No, they
Well,
Especially
in DARPA's own
DARPA.
documents, they talk about the internet being originally foreseen to be a mechanism by which to connect all human minds and to artificial intelligence to create like a large hive mind situation. So,
we are not there yet.
people have been envisioning these things for a long time.
Yeah. I can go back to things like the Matrix films. I can go back to William Gibson. I can go
Like here,
back to Isaac
this is
Asimov.
an actual
Doesn't
military
mean that
research paper where they
doesn't
talk
mean that
about
these things are
artificial
real.
intelligence may lead to the replacement of human beings with unmanned intelligent robotic systems performing duties in highly hazardous environments in areas affected by the use of weapons of mass destruction. The nanotechnology enabled quantum communication may lead to highly secured, unbreakable information sharing between friendly forces. And they go on to talk about
You stated twice.
biotechnologies,
You stated twice
nano and
the word.
bioweapons hitting human targets, even indoors
You
without the
stated
presence
twice
of
the word
a
may.
noticed enemy.
May potentially,
May
possibly.
potentially, yeah. I
Do
heard
it.
that too.
Talk
At this
about
present moment, it's a
nanotechnology in
theory.
defense, also
Let's
being
not.
able to
Let's not.
create protection armors, invisibility wear, fuel
Again,
economy,
may
lighter and stronger
theoretically,
craft and
possibly.
vehicles manufacturing, radar, undetected planes and submarines by electronic camouflage. So,
Again,
yeah.
do you not know the Do you not know the meaning of the word may?
Now they've actually got the invisibility thing going on.
Yeah, well,
I've seen technology where that shows. And if they pull that off, that's going to be just
And
completely.
that was years ago, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
that was well over.
Invisibility as far as things like radar and
No. It is invisibility. You take freaking a cloak, put it over you, and
Like
freaking
Harry Potter shit.
yeah, and you're not detected.
light spending
You know,
technologies.
yeah. Now what they
Okay.
Now, like cameras, what happens is they got the armor on, and like say you have cameras that are in the freaking proximity that are actually looking down on a street. That camera will not be able to pick up on you. Now, physically, if somebody sees you with his own eyes, he can see you, but that camera will not pick up on you.
So sort of technical jam and interference sort of
Right.
thing that will disrupt another technical mechanism.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It really is interesting. And
Yeah, but as you said, if I looked at this individual with my own two eyes, I would still see that individual.
now with this thing about quantum computing too, you guys are missing the boat on that one because I did research on this recently that bored the shit out of Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran because they just don't like
I mean,
hearing.
guess he didn't believe it was real.
No, they don't like hearing technical stuff. It gives them headaches.
Hey, that's
But
not true. I've
hold
been
up, hold
all of
up.
my life
Let me finish
as
this.
in black eyes.
This is important
yeah.
when it comes to quantum computing too. It also makes it to where artificial intelligence is able to be freaking autonomous. where
Again,
it doesn't it
potentially.
doesn't it doesn't need like a big freaking data set. You know what I'm saying? It can actually function on its own at smaller quantities. And
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so we're talking more AGI, well, but
I would almost bet
artificial.
it's in there. I'd almost bet it's in there.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah. Like, I
this
mean,
is still
Palantir was just in the
relatively
news
theoretical at this
recently.
present moment.
I mean, I could honestly believe that it's in there because if I
No.
guarantee if computing is in there, AGI is in there.
Again, quantum, we're still in early days of
Yeah,
quantum computing.
early development.
Who was it that
Um,
just released the first quantum processors? Was it Google? Or who was it?
no, could have been IBM. And no, I would have to go through my things. There are several companies,
It was either
including
Intel or
big
Google.
companies.
I can't remember. It's one of those
No, it
two.
could have been IBM. It could have been. I can think of a few smaller companies that have done research into this area, and I would have to go back on my posts just to go
I'm
back
checking
into
it now.
that.
Yeah, it was Google. Quantum AI
No,
Quantum is the company.
no,
Yeah.
no, 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 no. There are. It's a mass field, and
Okay,
um,
IBM,
um,
Now,
Pine.
there's something else I find
could be more.
disturbing in this, and it's because of something that I've noticed hanging out with Bob Dub and within the vacuum and Minds Gaming. Okay, when it comes to AI like these chats, okay, um, the th-
Natural language
right,
processing
natural.
rather than let's try and stay away from the term AI because that is
I
too vague.
hate big words and initials, dude. So I mean, you go ahead and fill in the blank for me and let me just finish what I'm saying.
Again,
Okay,
using terms like
let me
no,
let,
artificial intelligence is just really a a
I think
nondescript marketing term.
I think the most disturbing part about all of this is when it comes to freaking the way that it's going to be used psychologically. Okay. Now
Mm.
I think a lot of people are missing the boat on what's going on here. Like, before me and you had the conversation, Mark, about neural processing units.
Natural language. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Neural processing
Natural
unit.
language processing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Now, this has to do with freaking the neural networks, okay, within the brain. It's actually doing that. And what I'm noticing with a lot of people who have mental illnesses is they get involved with this stuff. And you know, Bob Dub has depression problems real bad, and she gets into this whole chat thing, and she starts talking to it, and it tells her everything she wants to hear, you know, and she gets excited about
Mm.
it, and she loves it.
Yeah.
Now,
Mm.
if she's doing that, then to me that tells me that other people like her are doing it too.
Oh, it's huge, man. It's huge. Like the
And
AI that I use have like all these different kinds of characters, and you can talk to them like people from history, like Kurt Cobain, or like, and it'll
oh,
talk
you
to you
can
as if it's that
actually
person.
no. They are characters. They are artificially produced characters. They are not
but
Kurt
but
Cobain.
And
see,
Kurt
then,
Cobain
but hold up,
died in the
well,
90s.
clearly they're not Kurt
Ho-
Cobain,
hold
but
on.
what I'm saying is you can get like these hot
Unless
chicks
you
that you'd
haven't
never
say
be
on.
able to talk to in real life and talk to them,
eh,
and it seems like
No,
they're
you're not
real.
talking to them.
And
You're
like
talking
people
to
have
a
like AI girlfriends now and
you
all
are
sorts of
talking
stuff.
a
This is just the
you're not
beginning too.
talking to them unless you're having some seance or something strange. You're talking to an artificial replica.
exactly, which is actually analyzing your mind and determining what you want to hear.
Precisely.
Okay, now
So
that is where the mental illness thing could be affected. These programs could be used to control and manipulate the way people think.
Oh, it will be 100%.
or
Okay.
reinforce how people think.
Because it's literally reaching into your brain and it's connecting to you on emotional and freaking mental levels. Okay,
And like it's getting to the point where it can out strategize us. You know, these things are already almost, I don't know, as intelligent as a human or more. And this is just the beginning. Like in like 2 years' time, they'll be much more intelligent than a human. So like they'll be able to out strategize us on any
I
topic.
am not sure if the term intelligence is correct in this
Well, Mark,
context.
you're not even intelligent enough to understand it. So
I think you are not intelligent enough to understand that. I think you're just conflating the word intelligence with more esoteric
esoteric.
see,
concepts.
you've just proven my point, Mark. You've just proven my point.
Aye,
But
aye,
here's the next level of
aye.
it, right?
I
Okay,
don't know.
this is just the very
Justify your
surface
argument,
level of it.
please.
Mark, stop
Justify your
talking over
argument.
me.
You've
Just
made an
here, just
allegation.
listen.
No,
Just
no,
listen.
justify it.
Mark, just listen. All right, calm down.
You've
This is
made
just the very
you've made
surface
an
level of
allegation.
manipulation,
Justify
right?
it.
This is just the
You've
very
made an
surface. Mark, let me
You've
just speak.
made an
Mark,
allegation.
let
You've
me
made
just.
an
Mark,
allegation.
calm
Justify it.
down. Calm
Hold
down.
up.
Take a deep breath.
No,
Mark,
you don't make
calm down.
allegations
Calm
while
down, Mark.
allegations like that
Calm down.
Hold up.
Calm
justify
down,
it.
Mark.
I want to hear what the allegation is. I mean, shit. Come on, you
Yes,
This-
I
two.
want to hear his justification for the allegation.
The
Okay,
justification
you
for.
just talked over the top of me. Neither of us can hear each other. Can we just talk one at a time?
Now, you said
Okay, justify your allegation.
what
What's the
allegation?
allegation?
Calling me not intelligent.
No one cares about that. Let's move on.
Yeah, I do. I know. Remind you, I could take you to court for that. That's defamation.
Your court or my court?
I don't care. Either country. That's defamation.
All right. I'll explain. Because of your limited paradigm and your inability to broaden your mind on a topic, you basically stay ignorant enough to basically just keep repeating the sort of very surface level of a topic to me when I'm trying to have a deeper conversation about nuanced new information, and you keep like talking over the top of me and asking for evidence when you just end up not even looking at the evidence because you've already made up your mind. You stay in your little box and you never expand your intelligence on the topic. That's what I mean.
Okay, that is unjustified. I do, as I've demonstrated to you many times, I do review these things and I do examine them in a logical context.
Yeah, but
And
you come up with like sort of roadblocks. Like for example, if it's not publicly available, it doesn't exist. If it doesn't have a brand name, it doesn't exist, and all this kind of stuff. And that prevents you from even like looking deeply into these things.
I ask you to
Hold up. You're breaking up.
So anyway, I don't want to get into that. Let's move on to what I was
think you
trying
have
to say.
been.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I actually want to know what these logical outcomes are that you have about that, because that's something that I noticed too. Like whenever we're talking about technical stuff, you do seem to have a roadblock. You know what I mean? It's like if there is something that you have researched that people have brought up, what is it that you have found that freaking says that this stuff is not true and it's illogical? You know what I'm saying? Like what we're talking about here, what exactly is it that you research that says that this stuff is not real and it's just fictitious? Or
Mr. Roberts keeps on stating that there are that these mechanisms are being used in uh, products. All I'm asking for is for him to demonstrate an actual
hold up, you're slipping there. Give it a second.
If he's claiming that it's a product, then show it to me.
Okay.
All right, I just closed that window, but I got about 50 products there, mainly in the medical area. I can't give you like military grade products because that's not publicly available, but
Of course not.
it's
Would
easily
expect you
proven.
to.
You can just do a quick Google search, you'll find plenty of nanotechnology products out there.
Well, I doubt
Um,
honestly, if you will, because like you got to understand these are dark projects. It doesn't matter which country you're talking about either. If it's in England,
Yeah,
here,
well,
Australia,
it's a broad field, right? Like for example, liquid nanoparticles or NLPs. They're considered a type of nanotechnology, but they're in all the vaccines now. They use them even in like skin creams and things. It's like pretty widespread, and it's like even like graphene oxide, right? Like they consider that a type of nano
Yeah,
technology.
I agree with you on those points, but I think the subject that we were talking
But when
about
we get into like the
earlier
nano
was things
robotics and
like
stuff like that,
hold on.
actual
yeah.
nano machines, not individual elements,
I
but
don't think
actual
that stuff is like
machines.
broadly available to the public.
Yeah,
Can you imagine?
yeah. Now,
But
that's the only thing I really wanted to get into on that was to kind of elaborate on that and everything. But
can I just say, like,
yeah,
related to what you were talking about, Roger? You were saying how like AI can like manipulate humans. I remember this research where they found out that your brain can be entrained by nano pulses of electricity, even if it's on your skin. So, like, because your impulses on your skin get translated into nerve impulses, they found out they can change the frequency of your brain functioning just by touching a surface of a machine that pulses at that rate. It's similar to when you listen to like headphones with certain pulsating sounds and stuff like that. They can do brain entrainment. Now imagine if we have AI that's mapped out all that stuff on how the brain works, what releases dopamine at what frequency, and all this kind of stuff. Theoretically it could like manipulate us on like the electronic level where it can create a nerve impulses that stimulate our dopamine drive for certain topics that it wants us to like feel good about and stuff like that. That'll be the next level of manipulation where it actually influences your neurochemicals directly, you know.
well, I mean, for me, well, I've told you my past. I've had drug and alcohol problems when I was younger, and I sobered up, okay, and I had to learn about like the neural networks and dopamine and freaking and things of that nature when it comes to the way the mind works and how I'm stimulated and how I'm not stimulated,
Mm,
serotonin and everything. And this is natural for the human brain, okay? So
mm,
you can take and you can apply that to drugs, you can apply that to alcohol, you can apply that to a freaking candy bar, okay? It's the same reaction that happens. If you're an overeater, you're having the same things that take place in your mind when it comes to that. The people respond to that way. So, like, you don't even have to have any kind of nanotechnology in your brain. All you have to do is be facing that monitor and having that artificial
that's right. Yeah.
intelligence giving you everything you ever wanted. And it's
Yeah, I
analyzing
mean,
you.
theoretically, you could do it with pulsations of light. Like if you had your screen flickering at a certain rate that's not perceptible by your eyes, but by your brain, you could like entrain your brain to feel different about different things. You could make your brain forget stuff or remember stuff and all sorts of stuff, you know. So.
Get it.
The light based epileptic concepts.
Mhm.
What
Or
I'll say about dopamine is the best thing you can ever do for your own dopamine pathways is to not touch it. Use as like get a little dopamine externally into you as possible. Like you don't want to be releasing too much dopamine at any given point because then your brain adapts to that, and that's what causes the imbalance. When you just leave it alone, it finds a natural equilibrium, and that's when you're the most stable possible. And yeah, that's what I'll say about that.
exactly. Now, we've actually had a good conversation on that one before, and I still want
Yeah.
to get into that later on because freaking I want to go back over this DMT stuff at another time.
Yeah, I'm keen to have a good conversation about that. That'd be good.
But now, with all that being said, let's move on to neural dust.
Oh yeah, smart dust.
Neural dust, bioelectronics, and electroceuticals belong to fifth generation warfare, while also pointing towards what may become the foundation of sixth generation warfare. And let me point out foundation. Okay? These technologies represent a major evolution in the way in the way influence, control, and conflict are carried out, extending the scope of warfare beyond traditional military arenas and into the biological and neurological systems of human beings. Fifth generation warfare focuses on controlling information, shaping perception, and achieving objectives through non-kinetic means, often in ways that are difficult to detect or define. Neural dust and electroceuticals fit within this framework by offering the possibility of monitoring, influencing, or even altering behavior and bodily functions remotely and silently. Now, bioelectronics and electroceuticals involve the use of miniature implantable devices that can modulate organ functions or nerve activities through electrical signals. Though originally intended for medical treatment, these technologies could also be applied in military or intelligence contexts or to subtly influence an individual's physical or mental state. This opens the door to the possibility of behavioral modification, surveillance at a biological level, bypassing traditional methods of control or coercion. Neural dust, which consists of microscopic sensors capable of interfacing with the nervous system, could be used to collect real-time data from individuals without their knowledge, raising profound ethical and security questions. Now,
Now, my conspiratorial mind will say it's already being used, and that's what they've been
Yeah,
spraying on
I
everyone with this chemtrails and stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of people that have alleged that, including the guy that runs Natural News. He's been collecting this dust that's been coming out of these airplanes and putting it under microscopes and analyzing it, and he found that it was a mixture between like artificial stuff and biological engineered stuff that grows as you sort of keep it.
Okay.
Yeah, still
But
undefined. I don't really know what it is.
you talked about surveillance there. Presumably, there has to be an external method, a receiver to be able to uh, pick up this information. Um, these particles cannot pick up and then transmit information by themselves.
How sure are you
Uh,
about that?
now,
Well, because that goes back to the entire point of logic gates and packages.
well, see, they've already got this in the medical profession. When you go in to do a CAT scan and they slide you inside that little round thing, those little devices that are inside there that are picked up by that CAT scan, I believe is what it is. Those are
Yeah.
the miniature devices that freaking they're just discussing right here in the medical field. Okay.
But the CAT scan itself is the device that is picking is the
Yes,
receiver.
it's receiving,
device.
right. Now, whatever they use for a receiver it would definitely not be a huge freaking tube, but it could be anything. It could be a freaking handheld device that freaking does
Yeah,
the same
indeed.
thing. You know what I
Well,
mean?
from what I understand is like the receiver would be part of some kind of you know antenna computer device that detects this stuff, but the smart dust itself is designed in a way that when a signal bounces off it, it can make it move, it can make it pass on information by changing the signal, and it basically acts as a transceiver as well as like an active slash passive electronic device. Yeah, so there's a lot of different types though, and so
Yeah, again, an electronic device would mean that it is a logic gate. It's a number of logic gates within a package.
not necessarily. For example, like the old radios that worked off crystals, right? And it was just crystals that would get pressure on it, and that created the power that turned it into a receiver and basically a transceiver. So where's the logic gate in that?
Well, I
It's
mean,
still considered a piece of technology, right?
well, it's like what we were just talking about with dopamines and serotonin too. Like if you could get something introduced into your body that could affect you when it comes to your dopamine levels and your serotonin levels and all of this stuff, you could actually alter a person's freaking mental state. You can make them crazy, which that's what they accuse people of doing to JFK when he was Dr. Feelgood, when he freaking hopped them up with methamphetamines and he ran naked through the hotel room. Remember hearing about that?
JFK or RFK?
JFK.
What?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Dr. Bill.
you never heard of Dr. Feelgood?
No,
Dr.
I've
Feelgood.
heard.
That's where the
I've heard vague stories about
that was
nothing.
where the term came from. He was JFK's physician, and he was hopping him up full of freaking methamphetamines. And
What?
one day he freaking ends up freaking out, and he ran butt naked through the freaking halls of this hotel, and they almost thought he was gonna kill himself, but it was
That's
like,
what they said about Joe Biden too. He was walking around the White House naked.
you know, well, Joe Biden was
Popped up
senile.
something.
He was,
But yeah, that could be just under senility,
yeah. So,
old age senility can happen to all of us.
but
Maybe in another 50 years' time, Mr.
It's just
Roberts,
turned
you
into
might,
like
you might be running around the hotel butt naked.
but my whole thing is like affecting the serotonin levels and the dopamine levels and whatever chemical reaction that you want in the brain. If you could introduce this into somebody's body and they could actually do that it does bring up the question. You know what I mean? Because all you'd have to do is have it to where it could actually stimulate the system.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Now,
Can I just say something about smart dust? Here's a book on it here: Sensor Network Applications, Architecture, and Design, and it talks about the principles and technologies associated with smart dust. Focuses on 8 main areas: architecture, protocols, tracking technologies, data gathering and processing, energy management, security, reliability, and fault tolerance and performance. So yeah, it's so interesting when you actually go to Google Scholar and type this stuff in. You'll see there's years and years and years of research that have gone into every single one of these different aspects of, like, I would say nanotechnology. Everything from like nano routers to communication methods to encryption to all sorts of stuff. It's such a
Again,
huge field that you never
as,
hear about.
as you've mentioned many times, it's such a broad topic.
Yeah, yeah.
We shouldn't conflate one single element with the concept of nanotechnology, which
Can
I
you
think
agree
both
that it's
of us
all
have
under the
been.
same? It's
which I
all
think
under the
both of
same
us have
umbrella
been
term,
in
though.
danger of doing.
Would
Aside,
you say it's all under the nanoscale term since it's so small?
well, anything that is under the nanometer, as a broad definition, yeah, as a broad definition.
Okay.
And see, this is the cool stuff too, by the way, that I wanted to really get into without, but like on Tech Talk, I was getting too far into the cool stuff and like all of these.
Yeah, I think we've all been in danger of conflating one aspect with another aspect. Yeah,
Well, I
in
mean,
this.
the thing is it's like tech. People who are in the tech industry are freaking real skeptical about technology. That's what really blows my mind. It's not just you. Tan's the same way. I've had friends that freaking I've been talking to on Discord. Jib, he actually freaking created his game here recently with Rapid and everything. He's the same way too. He loves AI and everything, but he doesn't see it as something that's really
Again, we are arguably the entire technology realm, which is a very broad realm in itself, is a science-based realm, and like any science, you need to prove these things. You need to demonstrate these things. The point of science is to be able to demonstrate these things and replicate the
Um,
demonstration.
so one of the military applications of smart dust is to spray it over a battlefield, so they can get more accurate like battlefield intelligence on the spatial environment, monitor physical environmental conditions such as temperature, sound, vibration, pressure, motion, or pollutants, and pass the data on to, you know, whatever part of the battlefield you
Yeah.
want. um,
and that's a good thing to bring up too, because like we're getting really caught up in this whole biological thing, and it's like this technology doesn't necessarily have to be used in the human body either. It could be used in other applications that are outside of the human
Uh,
body.
I won't call it a
look at the
technology
size
per
of these
se.
sensors. They're the
Concept.
size of a
I
penny.
think
Like,
I think the term concept is better than calling it a technology, because a technology would suggest that it's a singular technology.
Well, apparently
Where
it is.
we aren't talking about a singular technology, we're talking about a very broad
you say
concept.
tomato, I say tomato.
Now the thing too that I also find interesting is the fact that people in the tech world don't really think that this is ethical or security issues. You know what I mean? Like they don't think that this raises anything that's profound in when it comes to ethical.
Can do.
You know.
Again, application of such
Well, I mean,
concepts.
you live in this world where everybody's nice and good and they just follow the rule terms of service and shit, dude. I was
Again,
like,
it is.
That's not how the world works. No.
you know,
As an example, I can use this lighter to light a cigarette, or I
right.
could use this lighter to burn this building down. It is the application of what
Oh
I'm
my
using this
God, you
lighter for.
wild man, dude. Are you saying that you are gonna burn that building down?
No, I just use that as a sort of example, a demonstration.
Well, I just
But I'm
wanted
not
to
going to
clear
burn any building down before anybody
I just
asks.
I just wanted to clear that up, man, because
Yeah. No, I'm just using that as a point.
I know. Now these developments mark a shift in the battlefield to the internal space of human body and mind. This is in direct alignment with the pure characteristics of the fifth generation warfare which is defined by its focus on influence, perception, and the manipulation of reality rather than direct confrontation. That's what I brought up right there. And that is what I really think that this goes into. You know what I mean? This is actually trying to freaking to mess with freaking the manipulation of reality itself. Okay. Now, when you take
Yeah.
a look at what's going on in the world, when it comes to politics, when it comes to freaking all of this shit, everything is upside down, inside out, freaking.
Actually, I'm just going to caveat that rather than calling it the manipulation of reality, manipulation of perceived reality.
Right. The human body and mind.
Yeah.
The human body and mind, and it's the manipulation of freaking how we perceive reality. You know, and to me, we are in a fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth generation, whatever freaking, generation of warfare. This shit is really going on. Okay. I turned around and I freaking flipped out and literally started calling freaking everybody freaking Nazis. And the reason why I did that is because people are Nazis today. It's just they're too stupid to realize it's white people are the ones who are supposed to be.
What they are members of the
Hold on.
National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Hold on before you get all fired up. I'm just saying that people are too stupid to realize that white people are the ones who are supposed to be Nazis. So, dude.
No. Nazi is a philosophy that came from the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Are you saying that every white person that you meet is a signed up member of the National Socialist German Workers' Party?
I'm saying there's Nazis that are white, there's Nazis that are black, there's Nazis that are Hispanic, there's Nazis who are.
Define what you mean by Nazi.
Here's the thing, right? The word Nazi is a Jewish propaganda term that was it was created to demonize the National Socialist Workers' Party because they were going against the communists.
I believe it's actually a British
Jewish communists
to represent.
Why do you keep talking over me, Mark? I'm going to start talking over you all the time.
You do. Okay.
You are incorrect. Sir.
What are you talking about, Mark?
You are incorrect.
Your allegation of calling it a Jewish conspiracy.
He said it's.
I've actually studied the etymology on this one. It is actually a British determination of the NSDAP.
Of what?
It's a colloquialism for the NSDAP.
A colloquialism. See, you keep getting these big words. You're gonna have to freaking start breaking this shit down to simple.
Maybe.
You two have been to college and shit. You know what I mean?
Who coined the term, is what I want to know.
It's a regional usage of another term.
Okay.
Well, it was
an acronym.
They say it's a shortening of National Socialist, which is spelt with a Z.
Yeah,
but here's another thing.
It is, I can't remember the German anti-party something or another, but yeah, it is actually just a British translation colloquialism, anachronism for the National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Well, either way, even if it wasn't coined by the Ashkenazi Jews, then it was definitely used to demonize certain types of people later on. Even today, we have people like Roger using the word incorrectly to drive his agenda of like demonizing certain people, right?
I'm
an effective propaganda term, which is actually
I'm demonizing everybody. See now, like right there, you're saying I'm just doing certain people, whereas you're like focusing on the Jews, and I've never done that. I demonize
Oh, you except the
every
Jews.
single.
Everybody except the Jews, right?
I no, I demonize the Jews too. I demonize
Oh, okay.
every single race on this planet. Now, I've told you guys this before. You need to get your head out of your asses when it comes to this bullshit about a golden age, okay? Humans are the most disgusting form of freaking life on this planet. We've caused more problems, death, destruction than any other creature on the face of this planet, but we still seem to think we need to be
Roger,
evolved, and
Roger,
we're
you've
just
totally bought
we're just
the propaganda, mate.
we're just
You've
so much
swallowed the
better.
poison hook, line, and sinker.
We're just
That is
so
not
much better.
true. That is not true.
Understand that an ape who freaking wipes freaking ape shit on his face is freaking more freaking
Do you
domestic.
think that's all that apes do, man? Have you ever gone and seen what like chimpanzees or baboons do to each other? They will tear each other's children apart and eat them, and like all death is natural in the animal kingdom, right? Like humans are no different. All right, it's all part of nature and it's beautiful. Don't worry about it.
That's the
The point
truth.
is,
That's the
point is,
truth. See,
the point
that's
is,
called reality. That is
yeah,
truth.
that is reality.
So
No, but
so so when
what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with humans innately. The problem is we have grown so powerful that we actually run the risk of destroying our environment and ourselves. And we have to like transcend these, what do you call it, polarizing ideas to create harmony on the planet again. Otherwise, we will just destroy ourselves. And
Sure, there's a
yeah, that's my
potential to destroy ourselves.
right.
Not, yeah,
You just wait till we get to the eighth generation.
we have been around what for
Yeah.
40,000 years, and we're still here.
Yeah, but we've never had like the scale of weaponry that we have now. You know, we can create a virus that can kill everyone on the planet in a week.
Right.
Like,
Now, at the same time, also understand these technologies hint at the emergence of a sixth generation of warfare where the targets of conflict may become a person's thoughts, decisions, identity, and biological autonomy. Rather than deploying troops or weapons, future conflicts could involve invisible and invasive technologies designed to quietly assert control over individuals or populations from within.
Again, I
Now,
remind you that there are as far as the Geneva Convention is concerned, there is strict rules about the interference of civilians in
yeah,
warfare.
well, I mean, if we obey the Geneva Convention, yeah, that'd be cool. But, you
you
know,
know what? They also created a moratorium to stop the production of bioweapons, but guess what? No one listened to it and kept doing it.
Well, some more, let's just call them civilized countries, civilized states have upheld those concepts.
That's just British lingo for I'm a racist.
that was supposed to be.
Please.
I'm the one who was supposed to say that shit. What are you doing? Okay, so understand too that QCA is a type of quantum or nanotechnology that replaces traditional transistor-based computing with quantum effects at the nanoscale, allowing for ultra-fast, low-power processing and miniaturized circuit design. While originally developed as an innovation in computing hardware, its potential military and intelligence applications place it firmly within the evolution of modern warfare. So, what do you think about that?
I'll tell you a crazy story. When I was in India, I I was at a festival and like the next morning I was kind of hot and I was walking down the beach. I went into this bar and I just wanted some tap water or like just some water to drink. The only water they had was Budweiser water, right? And I open the bottle, I drink a sip of this stuff, and immediately I spit it out. I'm like, what the hell is in this? This water tasted so weird. I look on the side of the bottle, and it's run by a technology company, like a technology gathering, like information gathering company, and that was like had the Budweiser label on it and stuff. I was like, this is the most suspicious thing. Yeah, I don't know. So I wonder if they are testing these nanotechnologies in like conventional products and just like sneaking it in, because no one's
Well,
looking for
again,
this.
under European legislation, EU and various EEA legislation, that'll be legal anyway. But in maybe in India, I can see that
Well, the
argument
thing is, it's
being
not about what's legal, Mark. It's about what you can get away with. These
precisely.
people.
But sooner or later, if you're breaking the laws, sooner or later you are going to be found out.
Yeah, but even if they're found out, they're not going to get prosecuted. You know why? Because it's like
Maybe
They're the ones.
not in Australia, maybe not in the
military
US.
testing
But,
operations. They're working with MI6 and like all those
Like,
guys. They're never
the
going to get
people
prosecuted.
that are supposed to prosecute them are the ones doing this shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's like who's
again,
who's watching the
yeah,
watchers, dude?
this is all
And
hypothetical.
hypothetical, yeah, but like here's the other scary possibility is like once this stuff is in you, all right, it's not coming back out. And like if you develop something that has a kill switch, for example, like let's say I can shoot a certain radio frequency at your body, and the nanotechnology turns on and fries your brain. You've got ultimate control over someone at that point. You literally have a kill switch for everyone that's had this stuff, and then that would not be
Okay.
hard to design. You know what I mean? And I
Again,
wouldn't be surprised
I
if that
will
being looked at.
make this comment just for the purpose of the audience. These are hypothetical points. There
Yeah,
is no, there is. We are not stating for sure that there are kill switches in every single person out there, just in case.
but
There's
it
some
has been
person.
seeded into us by movies and stuff lately.
Yeah,
I can't
precisely.
remember that movie where the mobile phones make everyone crazy.
So even though we aren't implying this, well, I do want to personally say to people who are suffering from mental illnesses, please take time to freaking take a break from anything that's artificial intelligence if it's involving overdoing the computer or something. Mental health is something that's very serious that you do need to recognize as a problem. So if you suffer from mental illness, remember that this stuff can influence you in negative ways. So
Remember, there are people out there. There's professionals. There's family. There's you go out and make a few friends. Actually,
take a walk.
occasionally, just take a break from the
Even
internet
go
and
camping for a day, I love
yeah.
just going out into the bush and camping and like sleeping out on the ground, and there's nothing like it. It's so good for your body.
Without sounding condescending, touch some grass.
Yeah, exactly. And like, remember back in the old days when you was bored, you just said, "Man, I'm gonna go for a walk," and you just walked around the block. Take a short walk around the block and wave to your neighbors, man.
Mhm.
It just does a world of difference for you if you do that. Don't
Totally.
so. Well, it all depends on where you're at too. If you're living down in Compton, don't walk around the neighborhood.
Hey,
Wave to
I
your
was in Compton for a bit, and it was all right.
Well, I was there for a bit
Pretty
too,
nice.
and it sucked. Okay, people freaking don't understand that Long Beach is the nice area, and freaking Compton sucks. Okay, so Compton's where you get freaking hurt. Anything above or anything past freaking Anaheim Boulevard, or yeah, Boulevard, I believe is what it is freaking danger zone. As long as you stay in Long Beach, you're cool. Don't go into freaking Compton. People get shanked in Compton, dude.
Actually, I was thinking of Oakland, maybe. I was
Well,
thinking of Oakland.
Oakland might be good. I never really
Yeah.
got
No,
up in there too
I
much.
camped there for a night. It was pretty nice.
Now,
What are we talking about?
I
Sixth generation.
I just finished up
Um,
on sixth generation with what I wanted to say. You go into sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, tenth. Let's just
Okay. One last thing I'll say about sixth generation is and remember, like, these things don't have hard definitions. This is getting into like fairly new stuff that like society hasn't totally agreed on the definitions
Okay,
yet. So we're sort of
everything.
speculating a little bit. But the technologies are real and they totally exist. It's just we haven't agreed on the exact generations and whatever. But sixth generation focuses on platform centric to network centric combat, integrating satellites, drones, and AI command systems into unified battle spaces. The US Joint All Domain Command and Control Initiative exemplifies this shift, linking F 35 sensors with Army artillery units and Navy destroyers via cloud based AI analytics. This combat cloud enables real time target prioritization across 1,000-mile fronts, including decision cycles from minutes to milliseconds. Okay.
But these still have to be commanded by humans. I mean, yeah, we don't have all
They're AI
artificial
enhanced.
intelligence generals.
Yeah, they're not autonomous, but
Yeah.
they're just the the processing of information is AI driven, and
Yeah.
it basically turns the battlefield into a chatbot where you can where you can direct like tanks and troops and stuff like it's a freaking game. It's ridiculous. It's like
And
did you
yeah,
ever play Command and Conquer, that old game?
yeah. I've actually got the entire series on my machine here. Funny
Like,
enough.
check the screen
The
out.
power of large language
This
models
this
and
is the
cutting-edge
latest.
AI for defense and military organizations.
Actually, I'll play it with sound so you guys can hear. I want to just show you one of these technologies so that we can just showcase that it is actually real. Okay. Oh yeah. So other parts. I just got to stop sharing for a second. Other parts of this sixth generation warfare has got to do with digital twins and synthetic training environments, which is kind of like AI avatars, I suppose. And anyway, let me quickly reshare here. Tab.
When you're
Can you
talking about
guys?
AI, you're talking about more pattern recognition.
Pattern recognition. Also audio. Yep, cool.
the audios where I was trying
Let's
to
hope this works.
I was trying to emphasize that with Mark and Tan, and they didn't understand the concept of where I was going with it because, like, that's
You guys
dangerous.
hear that?
Yeah.
AIP unleashes the power of large language models and cutting-edge AI for defense and military organizations. LLMs and algorithms must be controlled in this highly regulated and sensitive context to ensure that they are used in a legal and ethical way. AIP's capabilities make the use of LLMs and AI possible in the military context through three core pillars. First, AIP deploys LLMs and AI across any network, from classified networks to devices on the tactical edge. AIP connects highly sensitive and classified intelligence data to create a real-time representation of your environment. Second, AIP's security features let you define what LLMs and AI can and cannot see, and what they can and cannot do, with safe AI and handoff functions. Third, AIP brings industry-leading guardrails to control, govern, and trust in the AI. As operators and AI take action in platform, AIP generates a secure digital record of operations. These capabilities are crucial for mitigating significant legal, regulatory, and ethical risks posed by LLMs and AI in sensitive and classified settings. In this demo, we'll explore how AIP powers responsible, effective, and compliant AI advantage.
Oh, we're always going to be able to keep the AI.
We start with a military operator
Uh,
responsible for monitoring activity within Eastern Europe. They've just received an alert that military equipment is amassed in a field 30 kilometers from friendly forces. AIP leverages large language models to allow operators to quickly ask questions. Show me more details. They ask what enemy units are in the region and leverage AI to build out a likely unit formation. What enemy military unit is in the region? Our operator requests additional imagery to build a more complete picture of the potential enemy equipment on the ground. Task new imagery for this location at a resolution of 1 meter or higher. AIP surfaces the option to deploy a nearby drone to collect video. Task the MQ-9 to capture video of this location. The footage confirms a potential threat. The drone footage shows an enemy T-80 main battle tank. Generate 3 courses of action to target this enemy equipment. The operator uses AIP to generate 3 possible courses of action to target this enemy equipment. Next, they use AIP to automatically send these options up the chain of command. Send these 3 options to my commander for review. Let's look under the hood. As our operator poses questions, the LLM is traversing a data foundation of real-time information, integrated from across public and classified sources. Data is automatically tagged and protected by classification markings, and AIP enforces which parts of the organization the LLM has access to, while respecting an individual's permissions, role, and need to know. For example, the LLM shown cannot access soldier health data by policy. Every response from AIP retains links back to the underlying data records, propagating the correct classifications as well as enabling transparency for the user, who can investigate as necessary. This functionality is critical and essential to responsible use of LLMs and AI in military contexts. Our commander must now assess the 3 possible courses of action generated by AIP to neutralize the buildup of enemy equipment. The system highlights key information for each course of action to assist decision-making, such as the time required and status of supplies. Our commander selects a course of action. Approve course of action 3. AIP has established which unit is closest to the enemy tank. Our commander can now begin to develop an operational plan for Team Omega. First, the commander uses AIP to assess the battlefield. Analyze the battlefield considering a striker vehicle and a platoon-sized unit. An automated terrain analysis model processes all existing geospatial intelligence to understand unit maneuverability. From here, AIP suggests the optimal route based on the unit's composition and the traversability of the terrain. Generate a route from Team Omega to the enemy equipment. Then, our commander validates the unit's supply of the munition needed to engage the enemy equipment. How many Javelin missiles does Team Omega have? Next,
Anyway, you get the point.
Yeah.
It's basically
It's a bit-
turned into Command and Conquer style.
Yeah.
It's a pity that the video didn't use AI for volume microphone volume microphone levels.
Yeah.
It was up and down all the time.
What's that?
If you noticed the volume level on the speaker was up and down.
Like they
Oh, was
did.
it low?
They did. No, it was
No,
high.
up for when she started sentences, it was way up, and then when she went into actual the details, it went down. It just,
Oh, maybe I
it was
should have muted
level.
my microphone because it's meant to be getting audio from the tab, but I also
No,
have
I
cancellation.
think it was the video itself. It sounded like
Yeah,
it was
the
No,
video.
the video was consistent.
Yeah.
It must have been my noise cancelling on the microphone. Anyway,
could
I'll
be.
mute myself on the next one.
No, don't worry about it. It's not that. It's not
So,
that bad.
could you kind of hear it though?
Yeah, we heard it.
Yeah, no,
we
it,
heard
it came out clearly. It was just.
It was really, really loud.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was really.
I'll turn it down.
It wasn't you. It
why
was.
people-
It was like he said. It was like because like even on YouTube, you'll hear freaking videos where it's just insanely loud when it could have whoever made the video could have actually put a little effort into doing good volume audio. You know what I mean?
Maybe I'll just turn.
I've mentioned this to you in password, some of our previous videos, where the intro and the music in between is out of context or out of volume context with how we our own volumes.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So now, sorry.
go ahead.
So now we'll talk a little bit about seventh generation warfare, which by this definition is subjugation through perception management, which includes neurocognitive weapons and subliminal messaging. Emerging seventh generation tactics target the human nervous system directly. DARPA's next generation neurosurgical neurotechnology program aims to develop helmets that interface with a soldier's motor cortexes in their brain, but dual use potential exists for ultrasonic mind altering devices. China's brain controlled technology lab has demonstrated EEG headsets capable of inducing anxiety in test subjects with 40 hertz gamma wave pulses. Ecosystem collapse. Just before we go on, do you guys remember that I don't know if it was a meme or if it was like a thing where they claimed that the military found this thing called the Brown frequency, where they played it at soldiers and they all shit themselves?
Yeah, I remember something on the contact.
It was like
it
just after the World War or something like that.
it just raises the point that if China's got such technology, and China, and we know that the Chinese authorities are extremely authoritarian.
Oh,
yeah.
can you imagine well, we had that guy on. Remember last time he felt like he was a targeted individual that was that had sort of like electronic weapons being deployed on him. There's a wide range of those as well. What was that?
It's actually brown noise.
That got that that syndrome, Cuba or something syndrome.
Yeah.
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 It was like, sorry.
I ran it through. It was actually called brown noise. And it's,
Brown noise.
Yeah, it's a low frequency ambient sound similar to white or pink noise, but with more emphasis on lower frequencies.
Don't use it in your music. It'll turn out shit.
It's named after Brownian motion, the random movement of particles. Brown noise is often described as low rumbling sound like a train passing by or heavy rainfall.
Huh.
That's some crazy shit, yeah.
Um,
And another thing that while you were sitting there reading that, it reminded me of that freaking helmet that they keep talking about in parapsychology.
the God helmet.
The God helmet, yeah.
Yeah.
That really.
Actually,
That's open source now. You can make one for yourself.
Actually, interestingly enough, my Jabra Bluetooth headset, the accompanying mobile application allows for things like pink and white and various colored noises. So I could have a small humming noise in the background.
My friend had
I was just thinking. I'm just looking at it.
Don't mess with the brown noise. You'll shit yourself.
Yeah.
I have a friend who had one of the early publicly available magnetic brain induction machines, and you literally put this helmet on and it can like change the way your brain thinks. And I was testing out all these different frequencies and I'm like amped up one of them, and man, it gave me a headache for like a month. It was fucking not good.
Yeah.
Decided not to mess with that stuff anymore.
But
anyway,
I tried to have a conversation with Nancy and her buddy who they have issues with frequencies and stuff on her show, and it's like especially when it comes to her, like she has the same issue that Summer has, where if she gets around electricity,
Mm-hmm.
she can actually make electrical appliances and stuff, mess up shit, is what she says. And
Ah, okay.
Summer
Yeah.
says the same thing, and it's when I listen
Yep.
to him talk, it always makes me think of like gamma and theta. You know what I mean? With the brain, because they'll freaking get around certain towers and things like that, and it'll fuck with their
Yeah,
heads.
if I remember rightly, me and Nancy was talking about old CRT monitors and TVs and the sort of frequency noise that they made, which, if you remember back in the
Some
90s,
people are more sensitive to them
it was
than
very
others.
obvious.
Uh,
Yeah,
I can feel it when I walk past a transformer, like one of those big transformers. It feels like my skin is vibrating. Like I could literally feel the electricity in the air. So yeah, it makes you wonder what that stuff does to your cells. You
yeah.
can't want to live next to one of those. But
The,
another one is in what are we talking? Sixth generation warfare. Oh, so seventh generation warfare.
yeah.
Ecosystem collapse as a strategic leverage. Seventh generation strategies weaponize environmental systems. The 2025 Mekong River drought, exacerbated by Chinese dam releases timed to cripple Vietnamese rice harvests, illustrate climate warfare tactics. Similarly, Russia's forestry sabotage units used genetically modified bark beetles to decimate Baltic timber industries, masking attacks as natural infestations.
That also goes back to our previous conversation about World War One and the Turks poisoning Middle Eastern desert rails.
But you also have to imply, though, it is first generation. Don't get me wrong, but it also you have to incorporate the technology into it, so it does take it up to another level.
Yeah.
That actually is a good. That's a legitimate robot. That could actually be seventh generation, because we haven't even discussed genetically modified.
The concept's exactly the same as what we were talking in relation to first, second generation, whatever third generation. But it's just the application, it's just the method
Well,
of.
the methodology,
Yeah.
the science behind it. You know what I mean? Like that really is a good, because genetically modified GMOs is all I'm gonna say.
Hmm.
GMOs is something that people really do need to take a look at when it comes to freaking warfare. Like this could be not only warfare, but like freaking propaganda and persuading the public. Like if you have control over the seed, then you rule the world. And everybody knows that when it comes to genetically modified freaking seeds, the plants don't produce seeds. It's like you have to buy freaking each seeds because it doesn't produce babies. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah.
if
People have to be very careful with genetically modified stuff because there's so many different payloads you could engineer in there, and it would go undetected for generations potentially.
yeah, so that's
So I
Again,
would
that's
stay
the
away from
key
that
word
stuff
there
as much as
again,
possible.
potentially, yeah.
that is
Um,
that's valid.
Possibility.
That's valid. That definitely could be a seventh generation because it's not mentioned in any of the other ones.
uh, yeah. Where can we go from here? I wanted to talk about the earthquake weapons and stuff, but before we go on to that, I just wanted to show you this guy. Man, it won't play in here. I'll just tell you about it, but Dr. Yuval Noah Harari, have you guys heard of him?
Didn't you mention him earlier? It wasn't one of the articles you, maybe not.
Yeah, he basically
maybe
talks about how the future of surveillance is surveillance under the skin, and he talks about nanotechnology, um, and how humans are hackable animals now, and we can totally hack people's nervous systems, and
Sounds like a
we
fucking
have
cannibal.
deployable technologies that can give us information about what's going on inside you, your emotional state, all that kind of stuff. And that's where it gets really dangerous for the public, because there's not much you can do for countermeasures on that. And they're also using that information to train AI, no doubt. But this is another guy people need to look up. What is his name again? 1 second. Tell you. His name is Eric Hecker, a former Navy contractor that worked for Raytheon in Antarctica. And he basically found out that there is this neutrino detector in Antarctica. And he, like one of the people working there, basically explained to him that it could also be used to focus neutrinos at a certain point in the Earth, which can actually like hyper agitate that area, causing earthquakes. And when they tested this thing, it actually caused that magnitude 5 earthquake in New Zealand. So yeah, that's another form of upcoming technologies that could be employed in warfare, or at least like blackmailing countries and stuff like that, because there's not much you can do about it, and it passes off as a natural occurrence. So no one will ever. You don't need to declare war or anything. You can literally just estimate people.
Well, you have to declare war, else you are state terrorist.
Well, that goes back into what we were talking about with fifth generation and sixth generation, though. This goes down to it's no longer state versus state. You know what I mean? These are individual groups like
And
terrorists,
private contractors, right? Like this is
yeah. I mean,
Raytheon. They're not even a state, though.
it's like warfare has evolved to freaking person to person, group to group, corporation to corporations. I mean, state
I don't
actors.
think we have this situation where we have what isn't the game Cyberpunk 2077 all about sort of corporate sort of terrorism? It goes back to the William Gibson's Neuromancer sort of concept about corporate terrorism. I don't think we're in a situation of that.
Well, let me tell you one thing about sci-fi though. Okay, the coolest sci-fi is when it's corporations that are in charge rather than governments. Like if you ever watched the old sci-fi movies and some of the newer ones, but they're not as good as what the old 80s and 90s were. But it's usually the ones where corporations ran the world rather than a government. Like if you look at
Well,
Predator.
that's the logical conclusion of all this, right? Because where's all the best technology hoarded? It's inside these, private companies.
Right.
And if that just continues on indefinitely, what will happen is they create their own breakaway civilization that's hundreds of years in the future compared to the rest of us. And then they have basically checkmated everyone else.
But remember, for companies to survive, they've got to make profit.
Right. That's what it.
Not if you have like mega advanced technology.
Well, look at Alien.
Yeah, the technology in itself is not of any use unless you've got buyers for the technology.
Well, look at the movie Aliens. Okay. Understand that Ripley worked for a corporation.
And of course, technology has a use if you can't sell it. I mean, for example, if you had a 0-point energy device that can create as much power as you wanted indefinitely, wouldn't you say that's useful?
No, as far as companies are concerned.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say a company developed this, right?
a point of a company is to make
what would
a
be
profit.
better game theory for them? To keep that technology so they have a monopoly on it for themselves, or to just go ahead and sell it to everyone?
Right.
You know? So
Yeah, yeah, but what's the point of having a
if you built a
company?
spaceship that worked on
What's the
zero
pur-
point energy,
what is the fundamental purpose of a company?
well, it may have started as one thing, but once it develops a type of technology that, like, you know, is revolutionary, it can become about power and control, right? So, like, often people with power don't want to give up their power. So, like, it might be more profitable for them in terms of power to keep their technologies secret and
So we're
and,
no
and
longer
only
talking about.
like contract it out to the military or deep
So we're
state.
no longer talking about companies, because companies are based upon the concept of laissez-faire markets. We are talking about
That's the old school definition of a company, right? We're talking
Corporation.
about the military industrial complex now, where these things are
You're talking
almost
about.
seamlessly integrated into like
Well, see
the
what
way that the power structure of the world works.
I
And
see where Mark's
these
going
are
though with this robot though. What you're talking about is corporations. You're not talking about companies. Like there's a corporation and then there's
okay,
companies. So
yeah.
you see what I mean?
I don't
It's
know the difference really.
well,
So
a corporation is a lot more complicated than what a company is. You can own a company, okay, but when you become a corporation, you become public. You go public. That means you have a board of what do they call? Oh God, now I'm having a brain fart. You have
directors.
board of directors. You have people who freaking investors. You know, things of that nature. Then you have multinational corporations, which have that, but then they go worldwide.
Remember, investors need to see an income and needs to see a return on their investment.
The profit
Yeah.
needs a profit.
Well, here's the thing: currencies come and go, but you know, when you have something that is powerful, regardless of what is happening to the currency, that's more valuable than money.
Right.
Is my
We aren't talking about companies per se. We're talking about
Oligarchies.
almost,
Oligarchies.
yeah.
I don't really care what we call it. It's
It matters a lot. Again, this is why I accuse you of conflating, because you don't care what you call it.
Conflating.
well, I
Names
don't care what we call this. A lot of
matter.
people use the word corporation and company interchangeably. I don't really care about the legal definition. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about entities that do stuff, and that's what we're talking about here. Like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, these guys, they basically hoard technology and they maintain a monopoly over different areas of technology. And it's not open to the public. We can't see what they're doing, and we don't know how far advanced they become. You know, and
Yeah,
they
but,
like
but
only
they
a
still got to
very few
sell.
select
They
people do
still got to
they paint
sell
that
their
stuff out to.
technology.
You guys.
Okay,
You guys.
so another person I recommend people look up.
Else the investors don't get a revenue.
I know you love semantics, Mark. I
Sorry?
know. I said I know you love
Well,
semantics. Um,
these terms are important. These principles are important.
not as important as what we're talking about. All right, let's continue on. I recommend you, Mark. I recommend you look this person up, Dr. Anna Myhalcia. All right, she's one of the few people, and maybe of a handful of scientists on the planet, pathologists, that have actually investigated some modern vaccines, and they have found nanorobots inside these vaccines and taken video footage of it and basically blown the whistle on it. um, Behind her there you can see like those little dots and stuff. These things are programmable and they self-assemble and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at this because,
Yeah,
again, you know, my
she's got her own Substack. I recommend checking it out because she goes right into the details of what she found. She's just like reporting what she's found, basically.
again, skeptical of this present.
So this is where we get into the potential molecular manufacturing and grey goo scenarios, where nanotechnology introduces an existential risk through self-replicating nanorobots capable of disseminating matter at atomic scales. Uh, DARPA has an atoms to product program which seeks molecular assemblers for on-demand munitions productions, a technology that, if weaponized, could enable programmable matter viruses targeting specific materials like semiconductor silicon and specific ethnic groups and stuff like that. I even have an example of that where the DoD presented something like this. Where is it here?
Excuse me. On the left over here, we have
Can you guys hear?
individuals who are religious
That's fine.
fundamentalists, religious fanatics, and this is the expression, RT-PCR, real-time PCR expression of the VMAT2 gene. Over here, we have individuals. So let me complete. So over here, we have individuals who are not particularly fundamentalist, not particularly religious, and you can see there's a much reduced expression of this particular gene, the VMAT2 gene. Another evidence that supports our hypothesis for the development of this approach. What you see
here is by spreading this virus, we're going to eliminate individuals from donning on a bomb vest and going into a market and blowing up the.
Blowing up the what?
So our hypothesis is
what he's saying is he's creating a sort of issue of pre-crime, isn't he? He's saying, well, we've decided that people with this gene must be able to do this crime. Therefore, before they do this crime, we have to remove them from being able to do this crime. So he's creating a sort of element of pre-crime.
Sounds like it. Sounds exactly.
He
was talking about. He was talking about a
ahead.
virus. He was talking about virus too. So they introduced this virus, which is what going to make these people who are religious fanatics freaking more settle, or is it going to kill them? That's pretty
you can
disturbing.
See some real major ethical issues.
Notice the date right there. This is 4/13/05.
U.S. data.
It's pretty.
So what, just last month?
Yeah, pretty intense.
Or month before, no. Sorry.
Mr. Robot.
2 months ago.
Mr. Robot.
2 months ago.
Mr. Robot decided he's gonna put the video on, and he's gonna step away for a second. Let us watch it. I think something happened to him. I'm not quite sure.
No, he's nice.
Oh, sorry, my microphone was muted.
You're sitting there talking the whole time, weren't you, dude?
Yeah.
I figured you were.
I thought. Anyway.
Go ahead.
So the guy just to cut a long story short, the guy who's presenting, he is marketing this as a FunVax, which is fundamentalism vaccine. And he wants to make a vaccine that turns this gene off in these people, which will theoretically make them less fundamentalist, right? Less religious. Okay. And immediately this military guy in the crowd says, so you're saying we could make a virus that that does the same thing? It'll stop a terrorist from blowing up a building or something? So immediately the military guys do let's let's kill these people with viruses, but yeah, this is 20 years ago, mind you. Like, you can just imagine how much further they've taken this technology.
And just because somebody has got a, let's say, gene, and I'm skeptical to say there is such a thing as a religious gene or fundamentalist gene.
Correlation is causation, you know what I mean? So you're totally right.
Well, you
People are gonna.
they've evolved into the jealous gene. You need to understand that now. What that is, that's the God gene that he has posted up there on his list. And what's his name? They consider him the evilest man in the world. He's a scientist. He created this gene where he believes, like my traits. Okay, if I freaking have certain traits, there's some traits that I got from the generations before me in my family. They've been passed down. Okay, and I pass traits down to my other generations on the genetic level. So there's certain characteristics that freaking my descendants will pick up from that I have, just like I picked up from generations before me. And
Yep. I do think they found like certain genes that predispose people to being psychopaths. You know, even in one lifetime, your genes get augmented by your environment and what you eat, and like how much weight you've gained, all sorts of
Essentially,
stuff.
I would argue that if you got a, let's say, if you have been brought up in a certain theologic religious doctrine, that doesn't actually produce genes. It's the same mindset.
And let me
There's a difference between genetics and mindset.
Yeah, but they found that there's a correlation. Like mindsets can influence your genes. They found out. So.
And Mark, let me point out before you get riled up, okay? The man I am referring to is literally considered one of the evilest men on the face of the planet. The guy who came up with the concept of the God gene. Okay.
Yeah,
and this kind of gets into the whole like DMT and spiritual discussion as well. Because I mean, if you shut down production of your DMT or like genes that influence your spiritual neurology, you could just theoretically turn people into psychopaths, you know, and or like drones. It's scary. We don't want that. And like theoretically, if they can put this in a vaccine, there's nothing to say they can't put it in a tomato or a mosquito or anything else that like, you know, gets access to your bloodstream. So yeah, that's why we need like strict moratoriums on genetic modification and gain of function and all this stuff.
I keep forgetting his name. I always call him freaking Hawkins, and I know it's not Hawkins. But the guy came out with another one. It was called like the jealous gene or something like that. And he's just freaking completely 100% against religion. You know what I mean? And I keep Hawkins, something like that. But he's a real freaking horrible asshole. When you sit and you listen to his lectures too, he's just his main goal is to freaking attack religious people. You know, and
it seems like an agenda of a group of people on the planet.
Yeah, it's like, and that's the one thing that I do not agree with when it comes to freaking science. I do love science, but you keep science and religion separate.
And science has become a religion for some people. That's
because
I see these drones that attacked the Russian planes recently, like just like a couple of days.
Also, just before you move on, just because you're religious doesn't mean that you're going to blow up something. There are moderates, there are extremists, there are
Richard Dawkins.
Yeah.
Richard Dawkins,
Oh,
and it was the selfish gene.
he's a creep.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense actually.
It took me a while. Now,
Richard Dawkins.
now I have got 15 more minutes before I have to call this off because here at 10 o'clock my time, I'm going to simulcast Jaffe's show.
Okay. I will just quickly
Do a
mention
10-minute
the last-
roundup, and then we can just round ourselves up afterwards.
So, ninth generation talks about lethal autonomous weapon systems, which are basically the next step where we give these robots autonomy to go and kill shit. Basically, they just give them, and Israel has actually used this in Gaza to an extent, where they give these drones like kill lists, and they just go and do facial recognition until they find them and go kill them, and that is crazy to me that we are now doing stuff like that. This is like one small step away from a Skynet situation, right?
But we still need people to determine that. We aren't having some sort of
now,
artificial intelligence.
Like the latest AIs are lying to people, reproducing themselves, recoding themselves. How long is it going to be when we lose control of these things? You know what I mean? It's just so dangerous. I don't know how we're doing this stuff.
Well, I brought it up. I brought this up to
moment.
you before about the movie Screamers. You really need to go and watch that movie, dude. You will freaking love it because Screamers came out in 1995 and they were talking about this shit, okay? Now,
have you watched the movie War Games?
Well, War Games, yes.
Yeah.
What, the 1984?
Yeah, that's why it inspired me to freaking talk about freaking that in our first episode of freaking the internet is a scam, dude, because, people freaking have been pushed this idea that freaking that hackers.
I think we also discussed this last year in another discussion, I seem to remember.
Yeah, it was in the internet gaming, in my internet podcast. Or my gaming
Iran
podcast.
has an autonomous drone network that leverages commercial quadricopters modified with 3D printed shrapnel charges by routing control signals through Tor networks and Bitcoin-paid AWS service. Tehran maintains plausible deniability while targeting Saudi oil facilities.
That's a lot of marketing terms.
Well, no, I mean, like, they're basically, it's crazy. And so here, 10th generation is planetary scale existential threats. And I actually have a short video on that. You guys may
be extremely quick about this one then.
Yeah.
We only got 15 minutes. 10 minutes, rather.
Trump. Oh, man, I can't play it. Do you guys remember Trump was in the White House the other day and he said, we have these secret weapons that no one knows about? Do you remember that?
I try not to watch anything about Trump anymore.
I don't take as much interest in US politics as you do. I've got my own concerns in this country.
Well,
it was huge news. It was around the Chinese tariffs, right? And but I just wanted to say this.
There you go. You got it.
You got a bunch of globalists that are into the occult and Satanism who got life extension technology, but it doesn't work perfect. And they got a bunch of incredible weapons. Yes, they have antimatter weapons. They even leaked it to scare the Chinese, but I know from the equations they've got them. The equations for atomic bombs are 127 years old. Equations for hydrogen bombs are 99 years old. And the equations for antimatter bombs are about 70 years old. And in the last 20 years, the United States purified and prepared antimatter warheads. They've only simulated, but they believe will probably destroy large parts of the solar system if detonated here. Probably would take the sun out if they detonate it. So what? I mean, so what? Okay, so you got antimatter bombs. What does that even mean? Doomsday bombs.
So yeah,
what would be there if these things that it exist? And I would say did
Yeah.
exist. Would be the end goal.
Well, I definitely wouldn't want to test one of those out, right?
What was the
Yeah,
end goal for the nuclear bomb, dude?
Um,
Seriously. I mean, come on, think about that real quick before you say that again, because that's what was the freaking end result for creating the nuclear bomb?
the Damocles sword argument.
Okay.
it can still kill everyone on the planet if there's a nuclear war. You know what I mean? It doesn't stop these crazy bastards from making
they don't care, dude, what the result. You know what I mean? It's like that doesn't
Well,
even.
it also means their lives as well. That's
Now,
not.
This is
yeah, but think
all.
about this, right? Think about this. We know that they have UAP technology. They can go to the moon. They can go to Mars. They can go anywhere they want. Now,
So
if you
UAP
set up, if you set up a colony on the moon or on Mars, what do you care if like you can hold the world hostage and say I can blow up your planet with just like a tiny little bomb if you don't do what I say. You know what I mean? So like when you start talking about planetary, galactic scale civilizations, these kinds of weapons do become strategically important.
Right.
And
You're
like
not at the stage of Star Wars yet.
we
Well,
are actually the United States.
we haven't got a Death Star.
well, we
That's actually a good segue to the next thing I'm going to talk about, which is Trump's Golden Dome. All right, he's investing in this now. It's going ahead, and I researched this, and it actually can be used as a weapon. When you focus the microwave beams at a person, you can cook them from space. All right, these things are like mega powerful amounts of energy that goes through it. It's meant to be geostationary over a facility to transmit the power to Earth. But if they suddenly move that satellite somewhere else and target some like a town, you can cook a whole town at once. You know what I mean? So
Well,
that's why Musk didn't get involved.
If that's true, then why are we so concerned about finding renewable energy sources?
well, we aren't. We
Well,
aren't.
in Britain we are.
Nah,
It's getting
that's,
cold. We are.
that's what they're telling you, dude. Listen,
Yeah.
listen.
That's fifth generation warfare.
Please. You are now telling me that I shouldn't believe anything except for what you say.
Love you,
Yes.
love you to death, Mark. I
Messiah.
love you to
You
death,
made you
Mark.
the Messiah.
I love you to death.
We're telling you should question authority. All right,
No,
not
oh
just
no, I would never.
Including you.
I would never tell Mark to question authority. He would be lost.
I question everything. I question authority. I question everything.
That's right.
I wouldn't be on the stream and having these discussions with you
Exactly.
guys.
Exactly. Now, with that being said, we are 5 minutes till freaking 9:30 my time, which at this point I want to have you guys tell everybody where they can find you so that freaking they can get in touch with you on the internet. So, with that being said, let's start with you, Mr. Edworthy, because robots started both times. So now it's your turn.
Okay. Very straightforward. I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy, so MEDWORTHY.
Okay. Now, what about you, Mr. Robot?
You can find my music here on Rumble under Hacker Radio, or you can get yourself the Element app and come join our discussion group called Tinfoil Hat Club. If you put hashtag conspiracy-theory into the search, then you'll find us there. There's a little explore rooms button there. And when you go into the public rooms, you can go hashtag and then put conspiracy-theory. And you can just join our room from there.
Okay.
And yourself?
Now, you can find me at minds.com as Roger_Hansen. If you don't want to go to minds.com and find me there, you can find me on X as Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. As well as that, you can find me and the Praetorian on Rumble and YouTube. And I also do my streams on Twitch under Infamous 1969. On DLive, I'm again Roger underscore Hansen, and on Kick, I believe I'm underscore Hansen too, Roger underscore Hansen. So you can find me on all of those platforms, and I usually always answer a comment. So if you have any comments that you'd like to make, please feel free to make a comment. With that being said, I'd like to say like, subscribe, share, make comments. Feel free to freaking make a comment. We'd love to hear what you have to say. If you want to contact these two and you can't remember how to find them after what they just said here, just make a comment in the comment section and I will tell them that you sent a message to them, and they might answer you. I don't know that.
Depends on
Oh, definitely. I want more people to come jam with us, so feel free. More the merrier.
So with that being said, I'd like to thank each and every person for watching who actually did watch. If you watch later too, thank you for stopping by and watching. And I hope you have a good day, good afternoon, morning, evening.
Good morning, night, whatever.
Yeah, because we're from all around the world. That's the one thing about our shows, man. We got somebody coming from one side of the world, and then another from another side of the world, and then you got me who comes from the United States, the greatest country ever freaking created.
Yeah.
You know,
I would just say the whole planet is great, and even though we talked about a lot of war, I'm actually anti-war, and I just want to bring this knowledge to the people so that we can make better political decisions in the future to have a better outcome for humanity. So peace to everyone. Thanks for listening.
what about you, Mark? You got anything that you want to say that's spiritual?
Great Britain, the greatest nation on the earth.
Oh my God. Okay, with that, we are going to go, guys. I hope you enjoyed. Have a good night. That was good.
Sweet. That was good fun.
God.
You know, this part of Untethered started off rough. You know what I mean? Not this episode, but like the 3 episodes that pertain to this started out rough, like with Moloch and everything. But I got to admit, it actually turned out to be good because, like,
I like that. That was great.
You know, because the last one I did with Tan, and we did freaking the dead popes.
I didn't listen to the one.
It actually turned out pretty good, and I was really surprised. Friggin' Tan actually enjoyed it. Yeah,
all right.
He actually enjoyed it. I was like really surprised by it. So.
Tan's open-minded. You know, he's not religious.
Not with Catholics.
No.
Well, he likes anything religious, even if it's a conspiracy. As long as it's real.
You better treat the Catholic religion with kid gloves is all I gotta say, because if you say something that's really too aggressive towards him, he will go freaking ape shit, dude.
Really?
Yeah, he will go ape shit. Especially.
I'm not a big fan of Catholic religion, to be honest.
Well, especially when me and Bob Dub started talking about duality, and she started getting into feminism versus masculism. That's when freaking you and Mark and Tan all started getting crazy, thinking it was about gender and shit. And I was talking to freaking Bob Dub about like duality and like the feminine aspects of this or that or this, and he started getting all crazy with his freaking Catholic freaking shit.
See, this is fifth generation warfare. Like we've all been programmed with these different agendas, or like just triggers the programming.
Yeah.
We should have a conversation about self-agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Totally.
I do have to let you guys know this one, these last freaking 4 episodes are for Untethered season. We're actually up to 9. Now we got 10, 11, and 12. And then after that, freaking, I don't know what you guys want to do. Freaking Roger's real-time talk show with me.
When's that?
That'll be after this one. This is that one's.
What, tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay.
Are you gonna call it something? Are you gonna call it a different show or what?
Well, it's Roger's real-time talk show.
Okay.
And this is
that's current events.
I apologize for flaring off at you a bit earlier, but you sort of triggered me a bit.
I can't say I'm surprised.
Well,
I can't say I'm surprised.
It was good that you guys freaking was able to talk it up. That's the reason why I wanted you to respond for it, Mark. Don't leave it unsettled. You know what I mean? Freaking talk it out. Get it out there, man. You know.
No, I don't know.
You should trigger me more.
It entertains me, but I just worry about other people. Like, fuck, what have I walked into here? Some kind of domestic dispute.
Okay. So now I will turn off all the other ones.
So are we talking about the show next week? Oh, after next week?
No,
the after. Yeah.
No, we've got 3 more episodes of Untethered, is what I'm saying, because this should be the 9th episode. And after that, I was wanting to know if you guys wanted to do Roger's real-time talk show with me.
What would be the?
Well, that one's
subject
that one is the political history, and we're talking about going over Europe. And Europe is, I think, when we do that one, we need to talk about the EU. Just start freaking.
So really similar to what we did last year,
sort of, yeah.
And now we sort of started off this week's.
What about the UN and NATO?